Can I first of all welcome members of the public and press to today's meeting, and also remind councillors and officers to use microphones and request that those attending the meeting ensure that all mobile phones and other communication devices are silent mode. Can I also remind those attending the meeting that it will be recorded and be available on YouTube via the Council's website following the meeting. I will now ask the Head of Legal and Governance Services to summarise the process and timescales for today's meeting.
Thank you, Provost. As regards item 4, the revenue budget, members are reminded that in terms of Standing Order 51, no member may speak for longer than 5 minutes, and given the number of members who are likely to wish to speak on this very important item, these timescales will be strictly adhered to. An exception will be given by the Provost as convener to the movers of the motion and each of the amendments, who will be given 15 minutes each. After the motion and each amendment have been moved and seconded, then Council will recess and full debate shall begin once Council reconvenes. In terms of the voting order, the second amendment shall be set against the first amendment and the successful amendment will be set against the motion. Voting shall be way of roll call. I would also remind everyone in the chamber of our duty to treat each other with courtesy and respect in the course of what will hopefully be a lively and passionate debate on this very important paper.
Thank you very much. Are there any apologies for today's meeting?
Provost, we have apologies from Councillor Purvis and Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Can I remind members of the terms of paragraph 5.18.1 of the Councillors' Code of Conduct, which gives a general exclusion for councillors in relation to the setting of the council tax. The Code states that the councillors do not have a financial interest which has to be declared in connection with the setting of the council tax. There is therefore no need for any councillor to declare an interest in that regard and leave the room. If any member has any doubt about their position, we can take further advice from the Head of Legal and Governance Services. With that in mind, are there any declarations of interest in respect of terms of business on the agenda today, both financial and non-financial?
Non-financial interest as a board member of Live Active Leisure.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Rebecca.
A non-financial interest as a board member at Horsecross Arts.
Councillor Braun.
Thank you, Provost. Non-financial interest as a board member of Live Active Leisure.
Thank you. Who was the other one?
Provost, a non-financial interest as a member of the board of the Citizens Advice Bureau.
Councillor McDade.
An interest as a member of the IJB voting member. Is that a financial or non-financial? These are non-financial. Thank you.
Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Provost. Non-financial interest and member of Perth Kinross Integration Joint Board.
Okay. Councillor Coates.
Non-financial interest as a member of the board of Horsecross Arts.
Councillor Robertson.
Non-financial interest as a member of the board of Horsecross Arts, the Perth Kinross Countryside Trust and the back.
Councillor Hearn.
Non-financial interest as a board member of Culture Perth Kinross.
Councillor Baird.
Non-financial interest as a board member of Culture Perth Kinross.
Councillor Donaldson. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Provost Malloy. A non-financial interest as a trustee of Perth Kinross Countryside Trust, Perth Kinross Heritage Trust, and Governor of Inner Perth Free Library.
Thank you. Councillor Pulver.
Thank you, Provost. A non-financial interest.
Thank you. Any others? Okay, thank you. Item 3, notice of motion in terms of Standing Order 39. Can I ask Councillors McDade and Donaldson to speak to their motion as set out in the agenda?
Thank you, Provost. A few weeks ago, a motion came before a committee of this council that contained for decision, which contained an item which was due to be discussed as part of the council's revenue budget setting process a matter of weeks later. This was of great concern to myself and other councillors because the amount of pressure and effort that we are putting in to the revenue budget process should, we feel, be respected, and that decisions shouldn't be taken in the committee setting in a matter of weeks, as it were, before we are actually here to debate them in full as part of a wider budget setting process. The decision in question was the central production unit, which was about centralising school meals production to Dundee, and absolutely it was correct that this thing should be discussed and potentially considered by lifelong learning, but not in the timescale that it was. We are here today, obviously, to discuss it as part of our revenue budget setting process, and I think that what we felt, myself and Councillor Donaldson and others, have felt that it's inappropriate for decisions, new financial decisions, to be taken by committees before they are due to be considered by the full council. It's not inappropriate for committees, obviously, to consider previously approved budget matters. So this motion is not about stopping committees from taking decisions that are already agreed, already approved by the council at its previous budget process. It is about saying we shouldn't be introducing new savings a matter of weeks before a new budget is due to be set. So it's a very specific motion around those terms. It is of great concern to us that matters such as this are being considered by council committees ahead of this revenue budget setting process, which obviously all 40 councillors here today and taking full part in. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDade. Councillor Donaldson.
Provost Malloy, fellow councillors, I wish to second Councillor McDade's motion, as does the rest of my group, and I hope a number of other councillors will consider it as well. But this is a matter of principle. Over the last few weeks, last few months, many of us as councillors have been involved in the budget review process. That involves looking at every facet of the council, at costs, at expenditure, at revenue, at capital, at reserves. Yet, as is quite clear, the business end of the process doesn't come until early in the new year. That's when the key decisions are made, that are based on the totality of the council's finances. Yet this year, that process has been undermined, I believe. That applied with regard to the decision by the Lifelong Learning Committee on the 30th of January. In fact, just the day before the full Scottish budget settlement, when we did know the totality of the council's finances. As Councillor McDade pointed out, it was the decision to centralise school meal production in Dundee. By the way, not only was that decision controversial and contentious, it was a decision that impacted not only education, but also local economies throughout Perthshire, in terms of local jobs and local suppliers, especially farmers. It was a decision of the utmost significance, and it's one that should have been made today as part of the budget review process, and not leave us with a situation where the carpet has been pulled from under our feet. Provost Malloy, just to conclude, I think there is a need for a substantial reform of the budget process, but that's for another day. But here, this motion, covering the 6 weeks prior to the budget, would in itself be a significant part of such a reform. That doesn't impinge on monitoring and the review by the finance team or the setting of rents. But what it does prevent is on matters of substance and of significance. What it does prevent is rabbits being pulled out of the hat just a few weeks before the full budget council. So I commend this motion and I hope other councillors will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Are there any comments? Councillor Parrott.
Thank you, Provost. I've got an amendment to propose to the motion before us. The amendment states, Council rejects the motion and agrees to maintain the status quo with regard to the Council's governance documents. Provost, I'm happy to move that amendment, which is effectively the direct negative to the motion before us. The motion appears both confused and confusing and is self-evidently subjective. It also seems self-contradictory. The movers of the motion deem material financial decisions inappropriate, but immaterial ones are okay. Similarly, the motion concerns itself with the judging the appearance of the impact of a decision. I do question why should the appearance be considered more important than the impact of the decision itself? Judging appearance is wholly subjective, whereas impact assessment is what this council regularly does. Provost, I remember a time where Councillor Donaldson got into politics because he wanted to make the world a better place and not provide airtime for meaningless rewriting of governance documents. Provost, we have a really important business on our agenda today. Decisions about the future delivery of essential services and statutory services which the people of Perth and Kinross hold dear. The setting of the Council's £330 million revenue budget and the deployment and allocation of that budget to best support our communities and most vulnerable residents. To make Perth a more prosperous, fairer and equal place. We have decisions to make and different political perspectives and priorities brought to bear on the £620 million of major capital investment in our area. And that's the purpose of today's meeting, and that's what matters to people outside of this chamber, and that's what we should be getting on with now, Provost, not this, and not attempts to rewrite history. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Have you a seconder? Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Provost. I'm happy to second the amendment. We have a job to do here in Council. The work of Council, to base that on appearances in committee, shows a little understanding of what the Council officers are here to actually provide. In many cases, decisions could be held up if we follow this for over 3 months, and I fail to see how this can benefit the people of Perth and Kinross who are here and charged to serve. And it's with them in mind that I second this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor McCall. Can we now move to invite councillors to debate the issue? Any comments? Just go to the vote. Councillor Rebick.
Thank you, Provost. I'm going to support the motion. It wasn't just about appearance. There was very material and controversial decisions made at the Lifelong Learning Committee, very close to a budget. And particularly when we lost 50 jobs in Perth and Kinross in this decision. Jobs that are very local in their nature and very important to the kids that these dinner ladies serve. So I think the fact that we're losing 50 Perth and Kinross jobs to Dundee was such an important decision to make so soon to a budget that I'm going to support the motion.
Councillor Lee.
Thanks, Provost. I support the motion as well. Not as administrations come and go, and I think this is the way that would benefit the way business is conducted just now and in the future, whoever's the administration. It's not a political thing, it's not against the administration in any way. I think it's just a better way for council to operate and decisions to be taken.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, can we go to the vote? Agreed. Thank you.
Provost, we're dealing with item 3 on the agenda. We have a motion by Councillor McDade, seconded by Councillor Donaldson, the terms of which are set out before you on the agenda. We have an amendment from Councillor Barrett, seconded by Councillor McCall, that Council rejects the motion and agrees to maintain the status quo with regard to the Council's governance documents. Voting will be by roll call vote, so can I ask councillors to indicate whether they're voting for the motion or the amendment? Councillor Ahern.
Amendment.
Councillor Anderson.
Motion.
Councillor Bailey.
Motion.
Councillor Baird.
Amendment.
Councillor Band.
Motion.
Councillor Barnacle.
Motion.
Councillor Barrett.
Amendment.
Councillor Braun.
Amendment.
Councillor Brock. Councillor Audrey Coates.
Amendment.
Councillor Harrycoat.
Amendment.
Councillor Donaldson.
Motion.
Councillor Doogan.
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale.
Motion.
Councillor Duff.
Amendment.
Councillor Forbes.
Amendment.
Councillor Gray.
Motion.
Councillor Illingworth.
Amendment.
Councillor James.
Amendment.
Councillor Jarvis.
Amendment.
Councillor Lane.
Motion.
Councillor Lyle.
Amendment.
Councillor McCall.
Amendment.
Councillor McCall.
Motion.
Councillor McDade.
Motion.
Councillor McEwan.
Motion.
Provost.
Amendment.
Councillor Parrott.
Motion.
Councillor Pover. Councillor Rebeck.
Motion.
Councillor Reid.
Amendment.
Councillor Robertson.
Amendment.
Councillor Sarwar. Councillor Shires. Councillor Simpson.
Amendment.
Councillor Waters.
Motion.
Councillor Williamson.
Motion.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment.
Item 4, Revenue Budget 2019-20, 2021, 2021-22. The report to be considered by the Council is Report 1946 by Stuart Mackenzie, Head of Finance. Are there any questions on the report or points of clarification? Councillor McCall? No? Who's got their hand up? Councillor Bailey. Councillor Bailey.
Provost, I wonder, is Mr Mackenzie going to introduce the report?
Councillor Mackenzie is only too happy to... Sorry? Oh, well, it's nice to do. Councillor Mackenzie, do you want to speak on the report?
Thank you.
Did I say councillor? Again. Stuart.
Thank you, Provost. I welcome the elevation. I'm a bit worried about the hit in the cash flow, though. I'm very appreciative, as our officers, of the significance of the matters under consideration today. So I'm happy to take questions. I wasn't going to take up Councillor's time introducing the report. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you, Provost.
Okay. Are there any questions? Councillor Barnacle.
Yeah. Thanks, Provost. Well, the first question relates to the point about the maximum increase in real terms of the council tax, 3%, and then equating to 4.79% next year, paragraph 5.9. Is this basically an inflation increase? That's the first question. So is that because of the partly to do with inflation and settlement? And finally, I was confused by paragraphs 312 to 314 with different figures mentioned, but should we really concentrate on the final position, which is paragraph 4.8? Because I found the report a little confusing, but we're getting there at the end, and so it's the end paragraphs that I'm interested in.
Thank you, Councillor Barnacle, for your questions. I'll try my best to remember them in sequence and then answer them. The first question was about the real terms increase in council tax. That's an additional discretion which has been granted under the Cabinet Secretary's letter on the 31st of January. So it's effectively inflation. So as you know, so it's a maximum increase of 4.79% in the next financial year. If I can address the issue of funding and perhaps maybe take two of your questions together. The Council received its provisional settlement allocation following the parliamentary debate on the budget on the 12th of December. We received it the 17th and Council met on the 19th, and I reported on that figure at that point in time. There's two numbers which are reflected in paragraphs 3.13 and 3.14, and perhaps if I can explain those, that may help. In absolute terms, and including specific grant funding, the Council has had a cash uplift in its funding from the Scottish Government in 1920 of just over £5.6 million. However, approximately £10.7 million of that funding is ring-fenced for specific initiatives. So in terms of funding for the Council's core activities, there's been a reduction of just under £5.1 million. So that's the two sets of figures. In absolute terms, an increase in a like-for-like basis, and core funding, a reduction. And in terms of the surplus resources, that arises through a consequence of a number of adjustments to the budget subsequent to the Council meeting on the 19th of December, the most significant of which is the additional funding provided by the Scottish Government of just over £2.4 million for next financial year. Adjustments in respect of additional savings options identified, £5 million of Treasury activity savings identified, £5 million of efficiency savings over 3 years for the Integration Joint Board, and that gives you a figure of £1.847 million. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Provost. I think we all agree that good economic stories are thin on the ground these days. However, I draw your attention to page 72. Specifically, street lighting energy costs are lower than anticipated due to, of course, the prudence of previous administrations regarding the policy on LED replacement lighting. Could I ask two small questions, please? What is the percentage saving? And secondly, what is the percentage of installations which have been completed?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information directly to hand, but we can come back to you on that. But, you know, sort of, thank you.
Oh, see, right. Is Fraser Croft going to respond to that?
No, Barbara's just responding.
Barbara's just going to do it, right. Okay.
She's done it.
I can't hear you. You'll have to write things down.
Barbara's answered.
Has she answered? God. Sorry. Can you not? Right. Okay. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Provost. So I was pleased to see the increase in the number of people who participated in the resident feedback survey. I was interested to know, though, how many people, what percentage of the respondents to the consultation exercise do we estimate were PKC employees compared to people who work elsewhere or maybe don't work? Thank you.
Who's that? Paul Davison, can you answer that? There he is. Right, thank you.
Yes, thank you. The first thing to note is that you'll notice in the report that 93% of the respondents say that they are a resident of the area. So that's our driving kind of indication that most of the respondents are residents of the area, and we know that about 85% of our employees are residents of the area. We don't have it for this year, but last year, technically, we can see that around 25% of responses are from the council network, which could include schools, libraries, and all other kinds of associated computers. But that's notwithstanding, those responses could be as a resident, not necessarily as an employee. So it's quite a grey answer. And you can interpret it in different ways, but around 25% from the council's network, but that's not necessarily as an employee, but as a resident, which is the majority of responses. Hope that's useful.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Bailey?
Just as a quick follow-up, thank you, that is useful. And just to be clear, the 25% figure, is that inferred from last year rather than this year? Is that correct? Correct. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Provost. I just want to be absolutely clear. Has the total revenue funding from the Scottish Government to Perth and Kinross Council increased this year? And if so, by how much?
Stuart, do you want to take that one?
Thank you, Councillor McCall. Thank you, Boris. Thank you, Councillor McCall. In absolute terms, short answer, yes. And by just over £5.6 million.
Thank you. Thank you. If I may just ask a quick supplementary. And I know we'll get into the detail later, but just for clarity again, has the total capital funding from the Scottish Government to Perth and Kinross Council increased this year? And again, by how much?
Thank you, Councillor McCall. Again, short answer, yes, by approximately £12 million, of which £8.5 million relates to funding specifically for the Council's flood protection schemes, which we had anticipated receiving in later years, but received earlier. So that's really a timing issue, but just over £12 million is the increase.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Provost. On a similar subject, could the Head of Finance confirm what the cash reduction to Council core services, excluding new initiative funding, was from the Scottish Government?
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Can I refer members to paragraph 3.14 of the report? £5.094 million cash reduction in terms of core funding, or 2.1%.
Thank you. Councillor Lane.
Provost, if you could look at page 101, please, and just take the two top charges on that. It's on the charging system. And Provost, do you think it's fair that, for rural households and businesses in Perth and Kinross to be facing a 27% increase in the provision of skips if you live between 5 and 20 miles from Perth, and a 33% increase for the hire of a skip if you live over 20 miles from Perth and, from Friarton, whereas if you live within Perth or within 5 miles from Friarton, you're getting a 6% decrease in your charge. I was wondering if you think these hikes in the charges could exacerbate the fly tipping problem in rural Perth and Kinross. Provost, I await your answer.
Thank you. Barbara, do you want to take this?
Sorry, Provost, I was asking your opinion of the fact.
I think we'll ask the officer. Barbara?
For clarity, it's the Council's policy to achieve full cost recovery for services which are non-statutory in nature wherever possible. And this service, in terms of skips, obviously falls into that category. It's not like other waste services, as households and businesses do not need to use our skip hire service as other providers are available. As such, it then becomes a matter for consumer choice. It is fair to say that the charges for skip hire for under 5 miles from Friarton have dropped, while others have increased. And we have reassessed the costs on both a mileage and time basis to apply the full cost recovery principle.
The crux of the question, can I ask again, do you think, or does Mrs Renton think that this increase could exacerbate the problem that all rural councillors are facing of fly tipping in Perth and Kinross? That's the question.
Okay.
Given that we're carrying on, a work, sort of in very detailed work in terms of mapping our fly, where fly tipping exists, then, and going back to my previous response, that there are other provisions, available in terms of skip hire, and obviously, there is still the opportunity for recycling.
Happy with that?
No, because I still don't know if it's going to exacerbate the situation or not.
I don't know how you can answer that question.
If people are going to fly tip, they will fly tip.
Okay. Is there any other questions? Right. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Provost. I was just wondering, has there been an impact assessment on the potential for fly tipping with the reduction on the back of these charges done?
Barbican.
Not in that level of detail, but again, there are plenty of opportunities for people to recycle effectively and properly and not illegally.
Okay. Right. Is there no more questions? Good. Right. Can I ask Councillor Lyle to move the motion? But before that, could committee services circulate the motion before Councillor Lyle speaks?
No, we're just giving you the information just in case you wanted to say it, and that's all.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Lyle.
Provost, good morning. Fellow councillors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The budget I present today reflects the collective priorities of the Scottish Conservative and Liberal Democrat councillors who make up our administration. I would personally like to thank everyone for all their contributions in this budget process. Our administration's budget has high ambitions for the people of Perth and Kinross. The council is facing many challenges, and we know we need to find new ways of working. With challenge comes opportunity, opportunities to develop new ways of working and services with and for individuals and communities. In recognising this, it is clear that we need to be ambitious and aspirational, yet honest and realistic about what we can do and what we cannot do. We plan to do this through the Perth Kinross offer, where we will work with our citizens and communities as co-creators rather than just consumers of services. To be successful, this will also include changing the way we work with our employees, with our partners, and with other stakeholders. Today, as part of our early thinking on the offer, we set out a budget with 4 central themes. The first is the economy and entrepreneurship, then education and learning, equalities and fairness, and finally, empowerment. Provost, I am confident that these themes will find support across the whole of the Chamber and across our communities. Before I speak to these themes in greater depth, I would like to describe the context in which this budget will be set for the years ahead. Last year's report by external auditors reinforced our Council's strong financial position, strong financial management, and our commitment to forward planning and effective governance. I have always been encouraged by the consensus across the Chamber on the importance of careful stewardship of this Council's finances. However, over the past decade, the Scottish Government has made political choices to significantly reduce in real terms the funding of this Council. Despite the recent agreement reached in Holyrood, and on a like-for-like basis, this Council will see a cash reduction in its budget for 1920 of approximately £5 million, or just over 2%. This does not include ring-fenced funding for specific areas, such as early learning and childcare. It is with this cut to our budget in mind that we were forced to propose a 4% increase in council tax for 1920 and a similar indicative rise following. While this will only cost the average Band D household property around 90 pence a week, it will generate approximately 3.3 million of additional funding, which we will use to protect vital services and build our economy. To put it into context, this is the equivalent to the annual salaries of about 70 teachers or social workers. With that in mind, I shall turn to the first of our central themes, local economy and entrepreneurship. Provost, a strong local economy provides the jobs and taxes that pay for the services which we have to provide as a council. That strong local economy also provides the funding for the services that our residents have come to expect. I am particularly pleased to announce that the administration's budget today commits 1.8 million of additional funding towards economic development across the whole of Perth Kinross. Almost 300,000 will be invested on a recurring basis towards a comprehensive economic development package that will encourage inward investment, provide assistance to new and existing businesses, and increase employment opportunities for young people. A further 100,000 will be directed to supporting the work of a city centre action group that will be tasked with maximising the investment opportunities to revitalise our city centre. Over 300,000 will be invested in our rural economies. This funding will build on the successful themes introduced last year for our smaller town centres and thriving rural economy. It will also provide an additional investment to confirm Perth Kinross as a destination of choice. I want this funding to build on our reputation for delivering international, world-class events such as the Solheim Cup and show that Perth Kinross is a council area that's truly open for business. I am also pleased to commit 560,000 towards Live Active Leisure, Culture Perth Kinross, Horsecross Arts and Burnham Arts. These organisations provide hugely important cultural and leisure services that benefit not only the residents of Kinross but also our visitors. Finally, Provost, we are committing £500,000 to working in partnership with Live Active Leisure to bring forward our joint ambition for the PH2O project. This funding will allow the development of detailed designs and operating models to progress this hugely significant project for all the people of Perth Kinross. Together, these measures demonstrate our unwavering commitment to developing the economy across the whole of our council area. Provost, the second central theme is around education and learning. Perth Kinross Council has a strong record of educational excellence and our budget today aims to build on that long-standing success. The outstanding Children's Services inspection received by the Council last year is a testament to that reputation. Today we recognise over £3 million of demand pressures and costs, and hereby reinstate over £1 million into education and children's services. Beyond this, I am also investing $500,000 to support our young people and their futures. Teachers play the most crucial role in the education of our children. It is vital that we protect their numbers, and I am pleased to confirm that our proposals today will ensure that our pupil-teacher ratio continues to be significantly better than the national average. We propose to fully restore the supply contingency budget to ensure that schools are able to get the supply of teachers when they are needed. It is also extremely important that schools have the resources they require to ensure that our children have the best possible learning experience. That is why we are reinstating the devolved school management budget and that head teachers can fund essential items. In addition, we intend to restore the Parent Council funding to its current levels in recognition of the important role that they play in the life of our schools. We are rejecting the proposed further savings for school crossing patrollers in full to ensure that our children can go to school safely. In addition, it is important that our educational offering does not just progress our children academically, but it also supports other forms of learning. And to that end, we are protecting apprenticeships and vocational courses provided by Perth College, while also investing in enhancing the Council's own modern apprenticeship scheme. Wider achievement in our schools is also incredibly important, and we are therefore reinstating the budget for primary school swimming lessons to teach our youngsters this vital life skill. Putting funding towards increasing access to our instrumental music service and allocating funding to support programs that help our children to develop their cooperation and leadership skills. I am also pleased to commit £100,000 to working in partnership with Perth College. This project will look at new and innovative ways of learning in areas out with Perth City Centre, and I look forward to these in the future. Excuse me. Provost, our third theme is around equalities and fairness. This administration wants to ensure that Perth and Kinross is a fair society for all its residents. We remain committed to implementing the recommendations of the Fairer Futures report, and to that end, our budget today commits $1.2 million towards making a fairer society for Perth and Kinross. That extra funding will support a number of the Council's key partners, including Perth Food Bank Project, that will provide vital support for some of our citizens in time of need. Importantly, our budget today is also able to provide a number of our key partners with further certainty. Last year, we provided a multi-year package for the first time. This year, I am delighted to announce that the funding for many of these projects will be included in the budget on a recurring basis. Additional funding will also be committed towards tackling food insecurity, out with school time, and the provision of school uniform grants. I'm delighted to confirm that we are allocating £50,000 to develop an innovative social enterprise that will maximise food recycling. The aim of this project will be to ensure that our Perth and Kinross residents will eat well and live well. Turning to the provision of health and social care in Perth and Kinross, the IGB will set its own budget, and we therefore have set a spending envelope within which they will operate their services. However, I can confirm to elected members that we have not only passed on all the additional Scottish Government funding to the IGB, but we have also recognised significant cost pressures within our funding position. Recognising the demographic changes facing social care, I am also committing a further £250,000 to further transformation of this service and to deliver better outcomes for the people of Perth and Kinross. I call on our partner in the IGB, NHS Tayside, to match this commitment so that we can truly transform the lives of vulnerable adults. These proposals highlight our continued commitment to ensuring that Perth and Kinross is a fairer society for all. Finally, Provost, on the fourth theme around empowerment. Many of the savings proposals outlined in the provisional revenue budget would have had a disproportionate effect on our towns and villages out with Perth. Today, Provost, I am delighted to confirm that we are proposing to reinstate almost £2.5 million to the Housing and Environment Service, which will protect those services on which our rural constituents depend. Importantly, Provost, we are protecting winter maintenance budget in full, and this will ensure that the current level of services on our roads network and footways is maintained. We are also reinstating the public transport budget in full to protect the vital bus routes which are a lifeline to many of our rural constituents. We are also fully reinstating the savings for community green space and grounds maintenance to maintain the current high standards of our green spaces, not only for the people of Perth and Kinross, but also our visitors. In addition, we are proposing to invest $300,000 to invest in modern apprenticeships in horticulture. Provost, may I emphasise that we are proposing to keep all of the rural recycling centres across Perth and Kinross open. We at administration feel it is vitally important that the residents outside the city of Perth have access to proper recycling facilities in their local area. This administration has been listening to our communities about the importance they place on investing in our roads network. I am therefore delighted to commit £600,000 towards road safety measures to make our roads safer for all users. This will include funding vehicle-activated signs and money to roll out our planned 20-mile-an-hour policy. A further £1 million will be directed to road safety measures around our schools. Provost, I am delighted today to announce we have allocated £600,000 for a community investment fund. This will allow communities to continue to prioritise infrastructure improvements in their own areas and be available to support projects put forward locally by elected members. On top of this, we are pledging $300,000 to support the important work of area action partnerships. These proposals may act as a catalyst to garner further levels of support and match funding from other organisations. Provost, we recognise the valuable work undertaken by our local and Bloom groups, and therefore we are intending to maintain their funding. Together, these proposals show a clear change in direction for this council and make every effort to ensure that our rural communities are properly funded. Finally, Provost, I want to talk about the Perth and Kinross offer. This will be a new approach to how we work with and for our citizens, our businesses and our visitors. To that end, the provisional revenue budget includes $250,000 towards this exciting new way of doing business. However, I want us to be more ambitious, and that is why the administration budget commits a further $100,000. This will allow us to have a comprehensive and area-wide consultation to develop partnerships that will allow us to shape and inform the Perth and Kinross offer going forward. Before I conclude, Provost, I would like to pay tribute to the sterling support we have received from the Council's finance team and also senior officers in providing us with the information that we have required to go through this budget process. I know their efforts are greatly appreciated, in no small measure, by all elected members across the floor. The achievements of this council, of which we are all proud, would not be possible without our committed staff. They have always been dedicated and have prioritised delivering the council's projects. It is not those who support the budget process, it's not just those who support the budget process, but everyone here who is dedicated to delivering services. Today we are also preparing for the future by making around 3.3% of the Council's overall budget available to uncommitted reserves. The uncertain financial future, caused in part by the Scottish Government's decision to give only a one-year settlement, and the increasing demand pressures on public services, mean that this financial cushion is incredibly important. It would be irresponsible not to keep aside money for the future. All in all, we are reinstating $3.5 million to protect key services and are committing to spend more than $3.4 million of extra money, which reflects their priorities. Provost, on behalf of the partnership, it is my pleasure to commend this budget to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Lyle. Councillor Parrott, you seconding the motion?
Council described how the economy and entrepreneurship, education and learning, equalities and fairness. Sorry, the Leader of the Council described how economy and entrepreneurship, education and learning, equalities and fairness and empowerment are the 4 pillars on which this administration's budget is built, and which characterise the vision, the priorities and the values that have defined the approach of both the Conservative and the Liberal Democrat groups to setting the budget for Perth and Kinross. Last year, in seconding this administration's budget for the first time, I said that there was a golden Liberal thread in every fibre of its weave, and none of that has diminished this time. What has diminished this time, and yet again, is the Scottish Government's contribution to our core funding. The Chief Financial Officer's report spells out the scale of the cut to Perth and Kinross Council at an eye-watering £5 million in the face of both rising costs and demands for services, which has made this the hardest council budget I've ever known to balance. Provost, in this budget we are increasing the resources this council will apply to tackling poverty and inequality. We are committing to tackling out-of-school hunger, both during holiday periods and at weekends. We believe that no child should go hungry for the want of their school meal, and we will commit £50,000 recurring funding to match anticipated funds from the Scottish Government to develop and expand and stimulate community initiatives targeted at feeding our children at weekends and holidays. Provost, when the Leader of the Council and I attended the Cllr Convention in Cumnock before Christmas, we witnessed a truly inspirational approach in East Ayrshire from centre stage on dignified food provision through their Fun, Food and Folk programme. The emphasis was on dignity and fun to provide healthy food alongside social activity delivered in conjunction with a local charity and social enterprise by building a community around food. It has been hugely successful, delivering over 170,000 meals in a year and cutting food waste too. We want to bring that approach to Perth and Kinross under our Eating Well, Living Well initiative. We'll provide the funding to scope out the establishment of such a social enterprise model for Perth and Kinross. And we'll continue to provide £20,000 to support the Perth and Kinross Food Bank for the 3-year period of this budget. Provost, last year we responded positively to the needs of our third sector and community partners for the security of multi-year funding to achieve better outcomes through greater certainty and not having to lurch from one year to the next, not knowing if key projects would be funded. This year we are extending the certainty of funding for another year, and importantly by mainstreaming budgets to deliver a fairer, more equal, diverse and accessible Perth and Kinross. With recurring funding for MECOP, the Multi-Ethnic Carers of Older People's Project, the Minority Communities Ethnic Law Centre, whose services are of a real benefit to EU citizens seeking advice on the EU settlement scheme as Brexit Day looms ahead. The £100,000 funding to the Citizens Advice Bureau, which has been on a non-recurring basis since 2013, will now be mainstreamed to guarantee to support people in financial hardship and those impacted by universal credit. Our budget for health and social care provides for the single biggest increase in funding that this council has ever had to make to ensure that people receive the essential home care and social care services they require to live safely, responding positively and meaningfully to the growth in demand and support needs of our elderly and vulnerable community members. But we're also acknowledging the urgent need for transformation in how health and social care is delivered in Perth and Kinross, and for the need to make savings through greater investment in prevention and early intervention to reduce demand for acute and bed-based care. Provost, rising to the challenge of providing an additional £5 million for health and social care demonstrates the purpose of this council, and I commend our budget to councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Are there any amendments?
Yes, Provost, thank you. The SNP have an amendment to the budget, if it could be circulated.
Thank you. You're all right. Dave. Oh, David. Okay. You ready, Councillor Doogan?
Yes, Provost, thank you very much. Colleagues, in the first instance, I'd like to record the appreciation of the SNP's Budget Review Group to Council officers and their role in supporting us to formulate this comprehensive and strategic budget proposition. And in particular, of course, our thanks must go to Scott Walker and Alison O'Brien. Like all councillors in this chamber, I welcome the additional funding that Perth Kinross Council will receive from the Scottish Government's funding settlement. Provost, as we've heard from clarification from Mr Mackenzie, the allocation from Scottish Government has increased, a rise of 2.27% on gross revenue funding. There's no way we would be in this position here in Perth Kinross if the Tories' tax arguments in the Scottish Parliament had prevailed. If they had prevailed, they would have reduced the Scottish budget by around about £500 million and Perth Kinross's alone by something of the order of £10 million. The Tories have no right to complain about spending issues when the implications of their tax plans would have been so damaging to our communities. With this additional £5.6 million in funding, the SNP have assisted the rejection of the most unpalatable proposals which came before us. Of course, we would always like to do more in any settlement and see more in any settlement, but let us take comfort from the fact that we have been spared the full force of UK Tory austerity as experienced by English local authorities up and down this island. In terms of the revenue budget amendment, our amendment affects items 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14 on the main page of the paper, and in particular I wish to focus on 15, which indicates that the SNP seek to approve a final revenue budget for 1920 of £352.8 million, resulting in a council tax Band D equivalent of £1,252 in 1920, and this is detailed in Appendix 6 of our amendment. This represents a 3% increase, Provost, on council tax. To set council tax in this way, we believe is consistent with the SNP's position at the budget here last year, and also, moreover, it's consistent with our manifesto, which we took to the people of Perth and Kinross in 2017. On school crossing patrollers, we have in the SNP rejected cuts to this service. We have also protected parent council funding, and the removal of primary school swimming has also been rejected, as have skills for work funding, and we've sought to protect the supply staff budget within our schools. We've also reinstated budgets for winter maintenance, green space maintenance and public toilets, while rejecting increases in the cost of brown bin permits. Under the SNP, rural recycling centres will remain open and the play park maintenance budget will be protected. High visibility services, Provost, which the council tax paying public in Perth and Kinross see and use daily and which are deserving of our protection. Likewise, budgets for the contract fees for Live Active Leisure, Horsecross and Culture Perth and Kinross have all been reinstated. In Appendix 1, we intend to rid this council of the nonsensical notions contained within the last year's Tory motion, possessing in large part neither purpose nor business case, and this is evidenced by the lack of drawdown on many of these allocations. The one exception is the Rural Micro Business Fund, the value of which Councillor Stewart highlighted recently at the Strategic Policy and Resources Committee, and which he evidenced as having significant positive impacts. We may have disagreed with Councillor Stewart on the process for reallocating the Discretionary Rates Relief Fund into the Rural Micro Business Fund, but not the principle. And that's why we're allocating an additional £50,000 to this fund to further expand on its success. To complement this, we have created a £250,000 e-commerce fund, which will allow any micro or small business across Perth and Kinross to build or enhance their web presence and drive this vital area of our local economy. Provost, I'd like, if I could, to turn to Appendix 2, where we have rejected in full or in part various pressures after careful consideration, research and discussion with council officers. Further, in Appendix 3, the protections for schools and the Environment Service, over and above those outlined in my introduction, we will reject the now farcical savings imagined by the closure of our school production kitchens, with the loss of 50 employment opportunities across Perth and Kinross. This savings proposal, Provost, is now an embarrassment to this council. Having been exposed as presenting many more questions than it answers, it appears as a result of that scrutiny to be in the interest solely of Tayside contracts rather than young learners or their local communities. The Central Production Kitchen in Dundee is a solution looking for a problem. And yet again, we see Dundee set to benefit from services funded here in Perth and Kinross. If this administration lacks the wit to identify such a spectacularly bad deal for Perth and Kinross, they should move over and make way for a competent administration to take their place and get this council back on track. On teaching, I wish to be clear that our amendment in rejecting £152,000 of cuts to the supply teacher budget and in reversing the Tories' previous cut of £524,000 on teacher numbers from last year, we offer schools a £676,000 more favourable position than it may otherwise have been. The SNP will, with these measures, continue to strive to get it right for every child. In Appendix 4, we deal with our additional income and savings proposals, which focus on a range of service reviews, charging and commercial income streams, which together help ensure the affordability of services going forward. In addition, we'll introduce a residence parking permit for Perth City in a pilot scheme. We'll increase funding for adult literacy. We'll increase funding for the Council's welfare rights team to deal with the consequences of Tory welfare reform. We'll dispense with the now discredited legacy saving from school meal rationalisation. We'll fund the Citizens Advice Bureau to assist victims of the Tories' welfare reform agenda. We'll fund a Brexit advice service to assist EU nationals living here as the full Tory Brexit mess unfolds. We'll reverse Tory cuts to breakfast clubs. We'll reverse Tory cuts to teacher numbers. And we'll reverse Tory cuts to Crieff toilets. Additionally, we will fund free parking across Perth and Kinross at any time in any council car park on or off street for drivers of electric vehicles or plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. This will indicate how we prioritise the transportation around our population centres going forward. And we will also increase funding for Bloom Groups and Perthshire Women's Aid. The SNP will provide extra financial assistance to Culture Perth and Kinross and Live Active Leisure over and above our improved offer, and still have over £1.4 million left with which we can invest in local roads. All told, Provost, this represents additional revenue expenditure in our communities of £3.4 million as a result of this amendment. I should just touch briefly on the workplace parking levy, of which a great deal of fuss has been made over the last week. The shoppers in Perth and Kinross were struck by a largely unedifying presence in the high street, where people of this chamber were alleging that they were the protectors of people in Perth and Kinross from a totally fabricated £500 figure for going to park at work. Leaving aside the fact that there is no legislative framework under which that tax could be introduced whatsoever, they have no clue over what the level will be, and they haven't the slightest indication about what the SNP in Perth and Kinross's intentions are in this regard. So let me be clear, there is no intention to draw down on this delegated responsibility from government. We should, as local councillors, be celebrating when Scottish Government apply more delegated authority, not belittling it. You may introduce it, anybody may introduce it, but similarly they may not. So it's a deeply irresponsible, and actually it's more of a data gathering exercise process to have undertaken, to be in the high street proclaiming to protect people from taxes which don't exist, while you're in here increasing council tax to 4%. So who's protecting them from that? The SNP, that's who. Provost, in Appendix 6, 7 and 8, we detail our council tax proposal for the coming 3 years, and we set out the balance between the financial pressures on household budgets and the revenue pressure facing this local authority. Because we have again benefited from significant increases from the Scottish Government, we have with this amendment been able to fairly tax and profile our subsequent spend wisely. This budget amendment delivers for Perth and Kinross the most positive outlook possible under current constraints in public spending, and I hope colleagues from out with the SNP will consider supporting this amendment also. Provost, I commend our amendment to the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doogan. Before I go any further, in 2007, when I was appointed, I did ask, and I hoped that our councillors would not indulge in political point scoring. And I reiterate that. So any other comments, I hope, will not indulge in those. Councillor McEwan, as I understand you're seconding.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, I am pleased to formally second the SNP Revenue Budget Amendment. Firstly, I would like to recognise the enormous amount of time and patience the Budget Review Group and officers dedicate to compiling this revenue budget, ensuring that we continue to deliver high-quality public services to the residents of Perth and Kinross. Our commitment in the SNP Group to invest in communities is evident in the long list of rejected savings in all the key service areas. In education and children's services, we've rejected cuts to the primary school swimming, which is an important skill that our young people need to go forward in their lives. We've also rejected the saving to parent council funding, as the engagement of parents in the education of our children is utmost in them reaching and getting to the positive destinations that we want them to achieve. We have, at the same time, made significant investments in key areas of our young learners' educational experience, augmenting the work and investment in our young people by the Scottish Government. In the Environment Service also, the planned cuts to essential rural bus services, winter maintenance of our roads and footpaths, and the public toilet provision have all been reinstated. Over and above this, we have also increased funding to the Bloom Groups, who make our towns and cities look so lovely during the summer. Increased our financial support to Perth and Kinross Women's Aid as a very vital service to those in need. It remains the SNP's ambition to invest in our communities, but to do so in a way which is financially sustainable and effective. That is why we are investing in schools, and our school services and teacher numbers as we continue to invest in our young people's futures. Provost, these are just some of the highlights within our revenue budget submission, and I urge Council to please support this amendment. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor McEwan. Are there any other amendments? Councillor McDade.
The Independent Scottish Labour Group has an amendment. Can I ask
Please.
that it be circulated, please?
Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Provost. I would just like to state at the start, our group would like to state our thanks to Scott Walker and Alison O'Brien of the finance team, who have provided a huge amount of support throughout this process, and also to the wider officer team for their help and advice through this difficult budget setting process. Our revenue budget amendment sets out a positive direction for the council and for the people of Perth and Kinross. It protects frontline services that people care about, whilst at the same time looking to keep council tax rises to a minimum. Council tax is a regressive tax that hits poorer families and pensioners the most, and we welcome the moves at a national level to look at reforming it. We're proposing to only increase the council tax by 2.5% in 1920 and by 3% in 2020, 2021 and 21-22. This equates to an 8.74% increase over the 3 years. In comparison with the Conservative Liberal Democrat administration proposals, which would see a 12.5% increase over the 3 years. Our young people are our future, and we have looked to protect them and the services they use from cuts. This is why we're rejecting the proposed £350,000 saving from the school estate, ensuring there are no financial pressures forcing councillors into a position where they would need to close more schools. We're also rejecting the Skills for Work saving because we want to maintain a wide range of vocational opportunities for our senior phase pupils. We also recognise the effects that reduced budgets can have on resources available to our young people, which is why we've put £60,000 in for textbooks and why we're also protecting the primary devolved school management budget, where previous cuts have hurt smaller rural schools. Getting a good meal at lunch is important to ensuring that our children are achieving their best. We do not believe that frozen and reheated meals provide the best for our children, and so we're rejecting in full the proposed saving of £426,000 for the central production unit in Dundee. This would also protect 50 family-friendly jobs across Perth and Kinross, showing our commitment to our communities. To help cover some of the costs of this, we're rejecting the costs that we're rejecting here. We're increasing school meals by a modest 5 pence in years 1 and 3 of this budget. Music plays an important role in our young people's lives, and we want it to ensure that every young person who wants to learn how to play a musical instrument can. Therefore, we're rejecting the proposal to move to full cost recovery, as we want to keep tuition at an affordable level. We're proposing a 20% increase in year 3, but we hope that the discussion going on at a national level about music tuition may lead to this being directly funded by the government in future, meaning this increase would potentially not be required. Learning does not stop when you leave school, though, which is why we have looked to protect our libraries by providing significant additional recurring funding to Culture Perth and Kinross. And we know that it's not only our library services that are valued by our communities, but also our leisure facilities, which is why we've also given additional funding to Live Active Leisure. We have committed £20,000 towards Burnham Arts in recognition of the importance of this venue to the community and Perth and Kinross as a whole. Our budget amendments also sets out to protect rural communities from the cuts that would have the most effect on them. We have rejected the proposed cuts to the 3 rural recycling centres, Aberfeldy, Auchterarder and Bankfoot. This will prevent our rural residents from having to travel an additional up to 30-mile round trip to recycle their waste, potentially increasing costs to the council through reduced recycling levels. We have also looked to move the Guard Waste Service to a position close to full cost recovery, as we feel it is unfair on the approximately a third of Perth and Kinross residents who are not eligible to use the service to subsidise the service. We're also rejecting the proposed cuts to winter maintenance, which would disproportionately affect our rural communities. And we're providing an additional £50,000 towards grit bins and push-along gritters to enhance community winter maintenance capacity. Similarly, we're rejecting the proposed cut of 1/3 of the public transport budget, which would inevitably lead to a reduced service and removal of rural bus services. This would not only affect residents, but would also impact on staff from being able to get to work and would harm our fragile rural economy. However, we also want to look at ways that we can provide a more sustainable transport network for the future, which is why we have allocated £100,000 for a feasibility study into a new railway line at Kinross. Our group strongly supports the moves to make Perth and Kinross a more equal place, which is why we have provided £100,000 for a social equality fund. We have also provided £150,000 over 2 years for breakfast clubs and £20,000 towards Perthshire Women's Aid. in recognition of the important work they do. However, we have rejected the equalities post pressure as we believe equalities is the responsibility of all elected members and officers. To be able to reject the proposed savings that we have such as the Central Production Unit, winter maintenance, public transport, school crossing patrollers and recycling centres, we have had to look for additional savings. We have proposed greater efficiencies and we have allocated funding for a property estate transformation officer to support this efficiency drive. Our budget is fiscally responsible. It provides an additional £400,000 towards the Council's reserves and protects the Perth Kinross Council taxpayers from the tax and spend approach of the Conservative Liberal Democrat administration, which is looking to put the council tax up by 1/8 over the next 3 years. Our budget, to be quite clear, is a budget for rural communities, it's a budget for the urban communities of Perth and Kinross, it's a budget for the future of Perth and Kinross, and it looks to keep costs to the taxpayer to a minimum whilst delivering the maximum amount of services that matter to them. I commend this budget.
Thank you, Councillor McDade. Councillor Brock is seconding the motion, the amendment.
Thank you, Provost. I am pleased to second this budget amendment, which demonstrates the ambition that we have as an independent and Labour group to provide the best possible outcomes for the people of Perth and Kinross. There are many unpalatable savings on the table today, but we are confident that this budget amendment will protect the most vulnerable whilst investing in the future. To begin with, the cut to play area maintenance has been rejected in full. No topic has filled our inboxes more so than the recent cut to crossing patrollers taken in private at Lifelong Learning Committee. Automated crossings are great at ensuring that drivers behave themselves, but they don't adequately supervise children. Therefore, our proposal reinstates the widely criticised crossing patrollers cut taken in private. It also rejects the further item for full removal of the crossing patroller service. Making walking to school safer is key to reducing car traffic and pollution around our schools, and that is why we will be going further in our capital budget by also providing a fund for safety measures on roads close to schools. Swimming is also an important skill for life, so this budget rejects the cut to school swimming lessons, and we look forward to telling you about our plans for Perth Leisure Pool later today. The council provision of free dog bags came in for some criticism recently. Rather than cut those and leave the problem of dog fouling to fester, this budget reinvests to provide an additional dog warden to improve this council's ability to educate and enforce around dog fouling. A strong local economy is vital to the future prosperity of the area. We are providing additional funding to GrowBiz to enable it to expand its great support for rural startups. We also recognise that tourism represents a major share of our local economy, and therefore we are supporting visitors by providing year-round opening at public toilets in Dunkeld, Pitlochry and Crieff. We are also rejecting the increase to parking charges to support retailers by keeping our cities and towns appealing to visitors and residents alike. This budget protects against reductions in the council-supported bus services and proactively invests in the network by providing real-time information screens at 20 locations that residents will at least know if their bus is late and can make alternative arrangements. There is also expanded funding for community transport initiatives, making it easier for community groups to step in and fill gaps where bus operators aren't meeting local demand. We are delivering additional funding for in-bloom groups who we commended for their community spirit as they step in to keep our city, towns and villages looking smart all year round. Funding for adoption of roads is expanded. It's only fair that this council continues to be able to take on maintenance of once private roads where residents request it. Council contribution to bringing those sometimes very potholed roads up to standard is vital to such schemes. Flooding is a particular concern in my ward, and therefore this budget rejects the cut to budget for flood alleviation measures. Finally, I am proud to say that the Independent and Labour group has been able to achieve all of this without raiding taxpayers' pockets. Our council tax increase will be 2.5% in year 1, followed by 3% in the 2 following years, helping hard-working families and pensioners alike to balance their books. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Brock. Thank you very much. Now, if there are no more amendments, which I don't think there are, they're going to have a lunch break now, followed by a recess. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. You'll note that partnerships are in room 410, 4th floor, SNP group to room 415, and Independent and Scottish Labour group to room 413. Officers will be available in the Councillors' Lounge during the recess to support members as required. So back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Can I ask just for clarity, is a further recess period required at this time? No. Okay. Right, we're into debate. Can I now invite comments and contributions to the debate? Councillor Salwar.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in this, one of the most important debates we hold in chambers, a debate which has such significant impact on our constituents. Provost, I wish to take the opportunity to draw your attention to some items which may, in terms of figures, seem smaller, but to our constituents and residents are in no way less important than larger line items. The reinstatement of the budget of free dog bags will allow us to continue to serve our residents with dog bags which helping dog owners to be good neighbours and considerate and safe pet owners. I notice that the administration have not reinstated this item. They claim to be a listening administration, but on this important item they have failed to hear the concerns of the people of Perth Kinross. Again, another seemingly smaller recurring cost which the SNP have taken pains to include is provision for breakfast clubs. In this way, the SNP amendment will mitigate the impact of previous cuts by the administration, giving every child the best start in life, and for those that need it, the best start to the day with breakfast and engaging and supportive childcare is a priority for this SNP group and should be a priority for every one of my colleagues. And I'm glad to see it's also included in the Independent Labour amendment. We know that hungry kids are kids that struggle to learn, and if there is something we can do to help, we should. This Conservative-led administration claimed to have been forced to increase council tax to 4%, and yet they are negligent in their failure to provide some of the smaller and yet extremely significant measures. The SNP's budget amendment has kept council tax at a lower level and still manages to protect 50 jobs by rejecting the CPU. Furthermore, our amendments protect rural bus services, parent councils, primary school swimming lessons, breakfast clubs, and provide additional teachers, additional welfare rights officers, and crucial additional funding to Perthshire Women's Aid. I'm proud today to support the SNP's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shires. Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Provost. Choices. It all comes down to choices. Make no mistake, the Scottish Government has chosen this level of funding for local councils, plain and simple. We can argue Westminster to Holyrood, we can argue ring-fence projects, we can argue tax-raising powers. But let's be honest, with the Scottish Government underspend in the last 3 years totalling just less than £800 million, that's £800 million worth of projects that haven't come to fruition. Now that can happen at any level of government where things don't quite go the way you anticipate. But now monies are being reapportioned. Money that could provide grassroots services, money that could fund local government initiatives. And the fact is, the Scottish Government is choosing not to. So, Provost, that then leaves us with choices. And I'm delighted that this Conservative-led administration has made a choice to support businesses to the tune of £400,000. That's £400,000 to help businesses start up, to expand, to employ more staff, to grow their products, to export to a global marketplace, and to show the world that hard-working people will be supported here in Perth and Kinross. I don't use the term global lightly, as the internet has provided businesses with the opportunity to look beyond borders, to create contacts and to deliver goods and services on a worldwide scale. I'm thrilled that £100,000 of this funding is specifically for investment to maximise opportunities to revitalise the city of Perth. It's imperative that we do something to halt the never-ending cycle of council savings after savings after savings, and increasing our business base is part of the way we'll achieve that goal. Perth and Kinross has some spectacular businesses, including transport, utilities, specialist food production, whisky and gin distilleries, independent retail, and tourism, to name but a few. But they are not all based in the city of Perth. So, Provost, I'm equally delighted that £300,000 of that money is designated for rural economic development. With the employment of a trade advisor, we'll be able to open up new markets, assist with additional funding, and incentivise recruitment for young rural residents on an ongoing basis, providing an increase for job prospects for 16 to 25-year-olds, helping them stay in their communities where they have support of family and friends, helping them develop skills and experiences to build careers locally. As an administration, we've always said we're for the good of all of Perth and Kinross, and this investment shows that commitment to our rural businesses. Provost, I'm equally happy we've chosen not to adopt the car park tax, a sneaky little tax designated to point the fickle finger of blame at any
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Provost. So let me get this straight, Provost. The Tories have been out campaigning against an imaginary parking tax, and now they're looking to increase the real council tax by 4% in each of the next 3 years. We in the SNP want to tackle the issues that are facing the people of Perth and Kinross head on. We want to tackle the issues of traffic congestion and queuing, areas of poor air quality, resident parking problems, and public transport serving the less populated areas, and including also some areas of Perth City. Thanks to the Scottish Government's financial contribution to the Crosstay Link Road, this is now a confirmed project, although it will be 5 years before that becomes a reality and helps reduce congestion problems. We cannot and must not wait that long. The Scottish National Party budget amendments today show how we would fund development of an integrated transport strategy which is fit for the 21st century. We will invest £200,000 in improving traffic management both in Perth City and in our larger towns. Using state-of-the-art technology to examine traffic flows, we will work to minimise congestion by use of intelligent traffic light systems and optimising one-way systems and bus lanes. We will invest £100,000 to pilot much-needed residential car parking schemes in areas of Perth City blighted by inconsiderate commuter parking. We also propose to reject the proposed 33% cuts to public transport, which affects rural communities and outer areas of Perth. We will invest an additional £1.5 million in local road repairs. We will reject planned slashing of the budget for road and pavement winter maintenance. And yes, we will introduce free parking, yes, free parking for drivers of electric and hybrid vehicles using the city centre and across Perth and Kinross, in fact. Provost, in the meantime, what are the Liberal Democrat and Tory-led coalition up to? Well, to say I'm underwhelmed is putting it mildly. More on our capital budget later, Provost, but taken together, as you will see, the citizens of Perth and Kinross will also see for themselves that it is only the SNP that has fully funded plans to deliver major long-term improvements across Perth and Kinross, and I strongly urge councillors across the chamber to support this investment in our roads and transport.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor James, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Provost, for the opportunity. It's nice to see that the Jordan's been parted and we're led to a land of milk and honey by our Scottish Government. I'll be honest with you, I'm disappointed with our budget. I'm disappointed that the Scottish Government didn't give us or didn't feel the need to pass on the benefit of a massive payout this year from the UK Government. That wasn't passed on to us. I'm disappointed that rather than give us a decent settlement, they've given us powers for a ridiculous tax on hard-working people, which the First Minister herself ridiculed in a tweet to one of my colleagues, funnily enough. I'm also disappointed that in order to maintain services, which is what our residents want at the end of the day, we're having to increase council tax rather than being given it in our settlement. I represent a rural community, and a rural community I'm glad are represented quite nicely within the administration budget. At last, we're going to invest in rural development, the economy, which seemingly our Scottish Government are hell-bent on taxing it out of all of us. Higher rate tax, they're really not business orientated. I'm glad to see that. In order to give somebody something, you've first got to take it away from somebody else. You know, money's not magic. Unfortunately, the Minister for Finance, Economy and Fair Work, I'm not sure if he's talking about dodgems or whatever, but he's already beaten us to it. He's taken the money. How can we tax anybody anymore? That's the stark choice that we've made. I'm also not happy with a one-year settlement. It's nice to see that going forward perhaps we'll have a longer than a one-year plan. But I commend the administration budget, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Parrott, please.
Thank you, Provost. Let us set the resource allocation from the Scottish Government in context. Revenue funding is up in actual cash terms. Capital grant funding is up in actual cash terms. It's not where we might like it to be, but it's better than it is south of the border, where those things are not happening. The Institute for Fiscal Studies, for the years 9-10 to 16-17, say that the average reduction in council spend in England was 23%. In England, in Scotland and Wales, with devolved government looking after them, it was 11%. In Perth and Kinross mirrored that Scottish average, 9-10 to 16-17. During that time south of the border, a bare handful of authorities had cuts of less than 11%. Kingston upon Thames, 30%. Sutton, 30%. Windsor and Maidenhead, 20% plus. We have nowhere in Scotland bankrupt like Northamptonshire, where even statutory provisions have been cut to an eye-watering bare legal minimum by central government. Until 15-16, the cuts in Perth and Kinross mirrored the cuts to the Scottish Government grant granted to Scotland. Since then, yes, there have been further cuts, but I don't blame the Scottish Government for addressing the strategic issue of our times, which is the social and health care of an ageing population, which is where the money's going. Let's remember, 55% of taxpayers in Scotland will be paying slightly less in income tax than south of the border. Let's remember too that the Band D average in England last year was £1,671, compared with £1,208 in Scotland and £1,216 in Perth and Kinross. Even with the 4% increase we're looking at today, a Band D house in Perth and Kinross next year will be 76% of the average last year in England. And a Band H house, for those lucky enough to live in them, despite the bigger jump for that band in Scotland, will only be 93% of a similar house south of the border. I welcome the proposals for a working place levy and a transient visitor levy as starting to shift the balance of funding towards locally raised revenue and away from central government funding. I think it's a bit rich to say avoided the need for a workplace parking levy here this year. For something that's just a proposal, there must have been a lot of bobbing and weaving to avoid that need this year. There's a year of consultation, there's a year of legislation, and then it's up to councils to choose to introduce it. However, no one's seen
Councillor Illingworth, please.
Thank you, Provost. We live in a digital age. I'm delighted to see that this council will support a number of digital initiatives going forward. First of all, I'm delighted to see £40,000 for a digital strategy and scoping project that will have the aim of providing a service that customers will prefer to use over all other channels of communicating with us. I'm also delighted to see the continuation of a development of digital learning strategy and virtual campus to improve our learning proposition. I'm also delighted to see the continuation of work to increase digital inclusion, particularly with the new universal credits coming on board. So thank you very much. I'd like to applaud this budget and all its initiatives for the digital future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barnacle.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Actually, I'd like to just come back to the report for a moment. We get government edicts directing local authorities to do certain things, and they found more money for health and social care, and that is very good. One would applaud that. It's absolutely a priority. But it will be very challenging for this authority to find the efficiency savings outlined in paragraph 435. I'll just remind you of that. And that, of course, brings me to another point. It's very tempting to want to increase the council tax by a significant margin when not that long ago, for about 10 years, we had a complete freeze in the council tax, during which we did have inflation. So it's not surprising that these pressures have built up and built up. At the time we had the last freeze, the government said they would look at reforming local authority taxation, and nothing happened. They're now saying it again, so let's hope this time something does happen. I would like to point out that in the independent Labour group budget, we have only increased the council tax in the first year by 2.5% and by the same as the SNP in the next 2 years. But we've still managed to find 400,000 to put into reserves, unlike a net figure of 75,000 by the administration, at a time when this budget has a lot of uncertainties, particularly around workforce management. That is a prudent approach. We've also managed, and if you look at page 3 of the comparators, so many things where all parties agree we should have full or partial rejection on a number of matters which I won't go into. There's a lot of common ground there. I regret that we have all this bad publicity before the budget on proposed cuts, and then we all sit around rejecting a lot of it. Better not to have the publicity in the first place. I think we should look at that. As far as the independent group's position is concerned, we are singular in talking about full reinstatement of the budget for securing the future of the school estate, because I'm dead against rural school closures. It's part of that agenda. Rejection of the increase in parking charges. We're the only party that has reinstated the budget for flooding. I find that amazing. Also, loan charges, rephasing of capital expenditure, a £250,000 saving. I'll come to that in the capital budget, which is quite radical, but allows us to do that. It's prudent accountancy and it's a balanced budget. The school crossing patrollers, everybody agrees we should reject those savings. We've also said we want to reverse the previous cut taken by the Education Committee in private, so we want to reverse that. We also talk singularly about breakfast clubs, textbooks in schools, electronic bus signs, a community transport fund for initiatives badly needed, and unadopted roads. I've got a programme in my ward. Finally, the Kinross Railway Feasibility Study. This council passed a unanimous motion on the reinstatement of the railway. We actually want to bring that to a reality. So I will be supporting the independent group budget.
Thank you, Councillor Barnacle. Councillors, I'm going to ask for your assistance, if I may. Some of you are putting your hands up just like that, and some of them are just giving a half nod, and I don't know whether you're speaking to somebody next to you. Can you be clear and just put your hands up, because I don't want to miss anybody. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Provost Malloy. Fellow councillors, I believe this opposition budget is a progressive budget. It's a budget that defends frontline services. It goes as far as possible to prevent compulsory redundancies amongst council staff. And that includes the school meal staff. And yet it's also, I believe, a prudent budget. It's one that is well considered. It also is one, I'll be quite honest, has not a lot of dissimilarities with that from the independents. Yes, we are proposing 3% increase this year in council tax. And yet, when I look at the administration budget with the proposal for a 4% increase, I've got to say, I think we are giving the council taxpayers throughout Perth and Kinross better value for money and still defending those frontline services. Councillor Barnacle mentioned about inflation. And yes, there were pressures that built up during council tax freeze, but one thing to remember is this. Since this time in 2008, under our proposals, council tax would have increased by in total compound 8.3%. Over that period of time, inflation, CPI, is up 29%. A retail price index is up by well over 30%. But I'm sure Councillor Barrett will now tell us that we've failed to defend public services. Well, we can only do so much because Scotland is dependent to the tune of 60% or thereabouts still on Barnett consequentials and on Westminster funding. That is the case. But I think Councillor Parrott mentioned earlier about the Institute of Fiscal Studies. I'll give you this. It's the University of Cambridge. A study produced in November of last year by the Department of Geography and the Centre for Business Research. And it's cuts in service spending for local authorities in Wales, Scotland and England from 2009 to 2017. In Wales, there's been a fall of 12.1%. In Scotland, slightly less, of 11.5%. In England, the fall has been of 23.7%. I find that quite a remarkable difference, and I think it pays tribute to what the Scottish Government has done in terms of marshalling its resources. But I just want to mention 2-3 other things. First of all, I'm not going to spend time even on the car park levy, the sneaky tax that we're told it is. It's not going to come about, I think, with a certainty. And really what's been happening is almost playground politics of the worst sort. I actually do think, but it has to be well considered, there is some merit in a tourist tax, especially if that can be used to fund non-ring-fenced areas of discretionary spending, in areas like green space, and areas, for instance, like the preservation of public toilets. And I notice, for instance, in Crieff, both Councillor, the Independents and ourselves are arguing for the reinstatement of the facilities there on an all-year-round basis because Crieff is a tourist town. But let me conclude. And that is on page 3 of our amendment, and that's on the various pots of money. And I welcome, it's clearly it's come from Councillor McCall, and I will fully support the 50,000 that goes into the Public Realm Fund, primarily for Crieff. That's good, that's great, totally like that. The problem is we've been here before, and there's a danger of style over substance. If we take last year, we had several funds. We had the Perth Kinross Tourist Routes Fund, 50,000, which has actually gone nowhere. We've got the Town Centre Management Fund, 100,000. I don't think that's been drawn down on at all. We don't even have the criteria for. And we've got my favourite, the Small Town Retail, what I call Charades Fund. It's actually the facade scheme, 100,000. That hasn't been touched either. But there's one thing, key thing to point out. There is a new fund coming in. It's from the Scottish Government. It's 50 million. It's the Scottish Towns Fund. Now, there's discussions there between Cllr, Scotland's Town Partnership and the Scottish Government.
Councillor
That
Donaldson.
is equivalent to 1.3 million.
Councillor
That's
Donaldson.
serious money, and let's do it.
Thank you. Councillor Braun.
Thank you, Provost. I'm pleased that this administration has been able to produce, yet again, a balanced budget. Provost, there are many good things in this budget, and if I may, I'd like to highlight just a few. Provision has been made for capital costs relating to extra borrowing with regard to the Blairgowrie Recreation Centre, and I'd like to speak more on that during the capital budget. Further funding has been included for various bloom groups throughout Perth and Kinross, and rightly so. These groups of volunteers dedicate their time to brighten up our various towns and communities, and this support and recognition will be much welcomed. It should be mentioned that their work is often rewarded outside. In Blairgowrie, the Blair in Bloom group have won 2 awards last year, and I believe both Bridgeverne and Perth are involved in upcoming UK-wide competitions. Importantly, this administration, which has always recognised the importance of the Live Active Leisure PH2O project and the need to move it forward, has committed £500,000 in this revenue budget. These monies will be used in the development of a first stage design and business operating model, which can lead to a prudent financial investment in the future. Remember, this is an actual commitment on this occasion. I would also like to commend funds being put in for fairer futures and the recognition of minorities in our community. Respect for each other is paramount in life and something which members and colleagues, I'm sure, will agree on. As an example, I was invited to the inaugural meeting of the Perth Pakistan Society last year. The welcome I and other guests received was overwhelming. Much of the speeches and songs were in local dialect, but we were constantly being attended to ensure that we were involved and understood what was going on. This is an excellent example of how the Council can support ethnic communities. On a critical note, may I also mention the question of safer communities and community wardens who play an important part in those safer communities. The opposition intend to accept a saving of £148,000, which could see a drop of up to 6 wardens. They are a valuable resource and that should not be touched. Before I finish, I would like to offer my thanks, if I may, to all the various officers who helped the Budget Review Group in the decision process. They provided full and detailed information and figures, often very quickly, and displayed much patience in answering many of our questions over the weeks. I'm happy to support this budget. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Braun. Councillor Bailey, please.
Thank you, Provost. I'm proud to support this budget amendment, which provides better outcomes for the people of Perth and Kinross than either of the other options on the table today. It's a budget that acknowledges that times are tough, so carefully rebalances spending to ensure that we can maintain vital services until times improve. It is a budget that focuses on families by restoring local food production in schools and protecting school crossing patrollers. It gives certainty on the future of breakfast clubs at our schools. Let's first provide breakfast in term and then address holiday hunger, which I agree is a real problem. It removes the savings target from the schools review, meaning that council can develop a school estate that is right for our children and not driven by ill-placed notions of austerity. It is a budget which reinvests in public transport for the first time in many years at this council by providing better information to the travelling public. It looks to the future by funding a feasibility study into the reinstatement of a direct rail link between Perth, Kinross and Edinburgh. Most of all, it achieves this and more without raiding taxpayers' pockets to pay for it. And to finish, Provost, may I say that if I were a member of the teaching profession, I'd be giving very low marks for effort today to some of you in the chamber. It feels as though colleagues to my right just couldn't balance the books, so figured they'd raid the taxpayer's wallet and then blame Holyrood instead. That raid on taxpayers' wallets is significant. This Liberal Democratic budget, with its 444 rate, represents in compound terms, a 12.5% tax increase. Our proposal comes in at 8.7%. That's £150 less over 3 years for a band F property. Meanwhile, those to my left have fared substantially better, but I noticed that in spite of their continued opposition to the schools review, they couldn't find the money to remove the savings target from that item, something that this budget does deliver. This Labour and Independent budget is the result of many, many days and some nights of hard work. We did not give up when the going got tough. We have maintained a laser-sharp focus on the task at hand, and for this reason, this budget is the one that best serves the people of Perth and Kinross. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Shires.
Provost, thank you for the opportunity to support the administration budget proposals. Our drive as an administration to continue and maintain and indeed improve standards in our schools remains a central priority for us. Our staff who work with children and young people, helping them learn and develop as well-rounded, knowledgeable and skilled members of society, are one of our most valuable assets. Our teams are able, caring and committed people who seek to provide the very best outcomes for our children and young people. In my role as convener of the Lifelong Learning Committee, I'm delighted to get first-hand experience of the incredible job that they do on a daily basis. I'm pleased, therefore, to be able to say today that we will be maintaining teacher numbers this year and there will be no reduction in the devolved school management budgets for our schools. or reductions to budgets which ensure we have the necessary resources to support children and young people who may experience additional support needs. I'm also pleased to include in our budget motion some real support for families on lower incomes, giving sufficient additional resources to enable us to broaden the eligibility of those who would be entitled to receive support when buying school uniforms. I was really concerned to hear that this had not been the case in the past, and welcome this support for families across Perth and Kinross. We're also making resources available to help provide a nutritious meal to those who most need it during times out with school. It is with real pride that I'm pleased to announce today how the investment made last year in the budget for young carers has been used. Former Councillor Barbara Vaughan was a champion for all children and young people. She was unapologetic in her desire to see them succeed, regardless of any barriers or difficulties they might face in life. Barbara was an especially fearless advocate for those young people who had caring responsibilities for others. The investment this administration made last year will ensure that our young carers have a dedicated space where they can gather, relax, socialise and study in a supported environment. The space will be comfortable, be suitably equipped with IT resources, etc., to help with out-of-school studying. There will be dedicated staff to provide the support that they so desperately need. The space will be named in Barbara's memory, and I'll be arranging an official opening later this year for this much-needed resource, and I look forward to welcoming Cllr Doogan to join me at that. This administration values the instrumental music service, and we are, last year and in future years, we've invested additional funding to broaden the reach of the IMS. I'm pleased to report today that this additional investment will be split between the Music Endowment Foundation and providing necessary resource to expand the availability of pipes and drums tuition in different parts of Perth and Kinross. A saving was agreed a couple of years ago at budget setting time to the contract that Perth and Kinross Council has with Tayside Contracts. A small part of achieving that challenging saving was through the rationalisation of the provision of school crossing patrollers. Removing crossing patrollers from sites where there is already a zebra, puffin or pelican crossing was not an easy decision to take. Given that, I'd like to reassure everyone that no crossing patroller will be removed from any crossing site until a full safety assessment has been undertaken, and training is provided for all children and young people in the safe use of the crossing. Where there are not alternative means of crossing the road, then school crossing patrollers will be retained. Our planned programme for the expansion of early learning and childcare is bringing significant investment to all parts of Perth and Kinross. We're expanding nursery provision, refurbishing existing provision and expanding the number of partner providers that we work with. For example, going into partnership with registered childminders. This expansion of the number of hours of early learning and childcare also means we're expanding our local workforce across areas of Perth and Kinross. And I'm sure everyone will be pleased to hear that we've now embarked on our second cohort of Learn to Work in Early Years, a retraining programme for PKC staff who wish to diversify into working in the early years sector. Providing support to our children and young people who may have some kind of additional support needs is an important role for our staff who work with them. The number and complexity of children and young people with ASN across Scotland has been reported to be increasing, and this is reflected locally. As such, I'm pleased to say that the Lifelong Learning Committee will be considering a paper on how our provision in this area might develop and change to best respond to the different challenges such as an increase
1 minute,
in need
Councillor.
presents. This administration is determined to continue to say to our staff across all of our services for children and young people that the work that you do is valued. We say to parents that will work with you to deliver the very best opportunities for your children to grow up and be the very best they can, and will support those who need it most. This budget before the Council today has the delivery of excellence in education at its very heart. We know that's what the public in Perth and Kinross want to see, and I'm pleased to support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shires. Councillor Braun, could I ask you to switch your mic? Thank you very much. Councillor Williamson, please.
Thank you very much, Provost, for giving me the opportunity to speak for the SNP budget. This year is a year of the Solheim Cup, which Perth and Kinross is hosting. So I welcome the additional funding in the North Inch Golf Course by the SNP budget. It is important that we recognise the contribution municipal golf courses make to our communities. Meanwhile, despite calls from Perthshire Women's Aid, the administration have managed to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to calls for additional funding just to bring it into line with other neighbouring councils. Services have already had to be cut through lack of funding, and I'm sure that the additional funding used in the SNP budget will be used to support outreach services in rural communities where there is a direct evidence of underreporting of domestic abuse. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Baird.
Thank you, Provost. The budget process is never an easy task, which gets harder every year. But it gives us an opportunity to look in depth at what we do and how we make best use of the resources available to us to deliver public services. Any reduction in service delivery will therefore have an impact. We have the responsibility to make sure we listen to the residents of Perth and Kinross and hear what is important to them. Each community is different, but fundamentally, we all care about education, the economy, empowerment, equalities, and the environment. As elected members, we are custodians of the environment along with our communities. The environment is important to everyone. We all travel on roads, use green spaces, and need our bins emptied, no matter where we live, whether it be in the city of Perth or in rural Perth and Kinross. As has been said already today, this administration values the work of the ever-increasing number of Bloom groups, and we are pleased to show our support by awarding them additional funding over the next years. Bloom groups are not only about flowers, they teach communities to care about their community and get involved, and they are improving the environment for everyone. It is absolutely fantastic that the City of Perth and Bridge of Erne, Brig and Bloom as it's locally known, have been invited to participate in the finals of Britain in Bloom. And I hope everybody will play their part by picking up any litter they see in any place in Perth and Kinross. We can all do a bit. Green space is the top of the agenda at most community council meetings, and we would like this to be for the right reasons. Communities are usually pleased with our green spaces, and we need to continue this. That's why we're investing in people as our best asset, as always, by continuing to fund 4 modern apprenticeships in horticulture, plus supervisor, equipment and training for a 2-year MA course. Road safety is an administration priority. Having listened to communities, we know road safety measures are wanted and are further investing in a range of measures, including the much wanted VAS signs, and provide funding for further safety measures. Road maintenance and ditch cleaning are high on my agenda as I pass ditches every day that are full. I am personally delighted we have chosen not to take this saving. This is particularly important to those who live out with the City of Perth. And we also chose not to take winter maintenance saving as we value the importance of keeping our communities safe, our footpaths and the road network as clear as possible. Recycling is important to us all, and we have chosen not to take the saving, closing the recycling centres at Auchterarder, Aberfeldy and Bankfoot. Therefore, we are protecting jobs and continue to give rural communities the opportunity to recycle locally. Following on from what Councillor Shires has said, I too am absolutely delighted that there will be a tangible legacy in the name of the late Barbara Vaughan. As Councillor Shires told us, Barbara was a real champion should reach their potential. It is good news for our young carers that they will have a space to call their own and be able to study in a supported environment. This is a fitting tribute to our former colleague and friend. Provost, this budget has invested it in public services, and I support the administration's budget.
Thank you, Provost. First, let me reiterate the fact that the SNP government has increased the revenue budget by 5.6 million, 2.3%. That is a fact. The other areas out with Scotland are not as fortunate under a Conservative Westminster government. Perhaps our Conservative Lib Dem admin have picked up on this And this is maybe the reason that they have gone for a 4% rise in council tax. However, this SNP budget, which has managed to come in at the 3%, is truly focused on education and children's services, ensuring that we deliver the highest level of services. We are supporting, the SNP are supporting teacher numbers. They are also supporting primary swimming lessons and parent councils. They also support the breakfast clubs, which is really a great thing to do. The one thing that I find rather galling is the fact that the whole issue of the central production unit, and I am very pleased that the SNP has rejected the central production unit, and it supports those that are employed as school dinner ladies in especially the rural schools. Those who support the centralisation of the school meals may feel that these jobs are not of a great significance. But to those who are employed as dinner ladies at the schools, it will have a great impact, as these tend to be people in rural areas that partners may be employed in agricultural or forestry, which don't attract big wages. And therefore, the hours that these ladies put in as a school dinner lady can be very crucial to the income of these people. So therefore, I would support the rejection of the central production unit and feel that we should continue with the status quo. The rural areas, I welcome that the Bloom Group's support by the SNP. The green space also is a great asset which requires maintenance, and the SNP has ensured that there's funds there to make sure that this is done in a good manner. Investment in our local roads in our revenue budget is over 1.5 million, and we'll get roads repaired rather than talked about. The vehicle replacement programme would prove to be a real saving for this council, and I am very supportive of this. The reinstatement of the roads, a winter budget, especially the footways, will be also greatly welcomed by our rural constituents. So therefore, I would support the SNP budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Can I call on Councillor Duff, please?
Thank you, Provost, for the opportunity to comment on the Administration's budget motion. The provision of an exceptional high standard of education for our children and young people in the very best schools and learning environments is a key priority for this administration. A provision in which the ambitions and hard work of our pupils and the commitment and skills of our teachers are recognised and valued and achieve the high level of success they deserve. With that in mind, Provost, I'm delighted to note that there will be no reduction in the teaching or non-teaching staff in our schools or in the contingency budget for supplied teachers, despite the 2.5% cut to non-ring-fenced revenue funding handed down to local authorities by the Scottish Government this year. I also note that the SNP Group proposed to remove the full amount of £177,000 from the devolved school management budget in 2019-20. Added to the £409,000 removed by the SNP from this budget in 2016-17, this means a total cut of £586,000 from the funds used directly by head teachers to manage our primary and secondary schools. We know that this decision would impact disproportionately on our rural schools if it were to be supported. Provost, I am delighted that the administration's rejection of any further cuts to devolved school management budgets will continue to allow our head teachers the flexibility they need in choosing how they wish to run their schools. I welcome the additional funding of £100,000 for senior phase and wider learning developments, a further demonstration of this administration's investment in education and learning. I also welcome the commitment to further partnership working with Perth College and the University of the Highlands and Islands to explore enhanced learning opportunities out with Perth City. Provost, Plato once said, "Music gives a soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life to everything." As someone who enjoyed the benefits of the instrumental music service during my years of education at Withdrawal Academy, I welcome this administration's decision to reject any further cuts to the funding of this extremely important service. The benefits of music tuition to our pupils are many, physically, emotionally, socially and academically, and I am sure that this announcement will be music to the ears of a great many parents and pupils. In addition, I am sure that the pipe bands and drum corps of Perth and Kinross will welcome the additional funds that we are putting into music tuition in our area. Colleagues, this budget addresses a number of inequalities for those who are less well off in our society or who are vulnerable in other ways. An additional £50,000 funding for children unable to access a nutritious meal out with school time, £30,000 more resources put into clothing grants for school uniforms to allow us to match the provision in neighbouring authorities, £35,000 further investment in adult literacy services, £25,000 extra funds for young people's advocacy, £75,000 for increased opportunities for children to develop confidence in their own abilities and leadership skills out with the classroom. Provost, the administration's budget demonstrates its ambition, vision and commitment to the education and learning development of our most precious assets, our children and our young men and women, and I have much pleasure in supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ling, please.
Thank you, Provost. Believe it or not, I wasn't really intending to speak today, but for the first thing I'd like to say, I'd like to welcome Councillor Braun and the Tory group back to supporting and doing a U-turn from by talking about putting money back into sport and leisure, money that they removed last year. It's not new money, it's money they took away in October, only October, but welcome to the pressure of the communities, and the SNP have helped you come to your senses and offered to put the money back in, so I welcome that. First of all, I'm glad to hear from I can't even read my own notes. Right. I note that the administration has not questioned any of the officers' expenditure pressures. I note that instead the administration have decided to put up the council tax by 4% each year. This will equate to a rise of £151 for in tax. Conservatives are putting up tax of £151 for all households in Perth. Amusingly, also, talking about tax again, administration councillors, who would be the ones who would have to bring in the parking levy charge, have been out getting a petition to oppose this. I look forward to convener of E&I, Angus Forbes, presenting this petition that he's been out collecting to himself on the steps of 2 High Street, because he'll be the one that will have to invoke the thing. It'll be very interesting. The SNP budget provides extra and innovative in spending in many areas. I'll start at the bottom. We're going to continue providing free poo bags for dogs. Free parking for electric vehicles, extra support for Perth Women's Aid, extra investment in local roads of £1.5 million, extra investment to increase the teacher numbers, because unlike Councillor Duff, he's forgotten that they were reducing teacher numbers from their budget from last year, which is still in. We're putting that money back in, so there won't be the reduction that Councillor Duff's administration voted for last year. We've also put money in for Brexit Advice Service, another consequence of Tory shambles. Extra money for the North Inch Golf Course, which has proven to be successful, and we want not to hinder that in any way. We've also put money in to keep school production, food production in Perth and Kinross. It's not about the quality of the food, but it's on the principle that jobs in Perth and Kinross, which is larger in area, larger in population, and has more schools, should not be shipping jobs out of the authority. I'll just finish by saying, we heard Councillor Parrott congratulate himself with his golden liberal thread throughout this Tory budget. However, it seems to me more like, and to me and some members of the Tory group, that this is more like a yellow noose around supposed Tory values, and it is unfortunate some more members of the Tory group could not follow the principled stand of their absent colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Provost. I will be brief. I must admit at this point I'm incredibly envious of Councillor Donaldson's absolutely wonderful voice. I just wish I had it, even though I disagree with most of his sentiments. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody who has been involved with the budget process, officers and councillors on all sides, who have worked incredibly hard to get to this point in the best interest of all within Perth and Kinross. And that, I think, is what we all aspire to, irrespective of party politics. I do wish to give a special mention, though, to our ongoing commitment to local projects through the Community Investment Fund of £600,000, which has been enthusiastically welcomed by the communities, as will, I am sure, the extra £150,000 for area action partnerships, which has been introduced in our second year. Finally, following on, I cannot help but say thank goodness for the Barnett consequential. Without it, we would be as bad as some of our English colleagues. Thank goodness we are protected in Scotland by Westminster. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pover, please.
And in talking about investment in breakfast clubs and how important that is in promoting and monitoring the welfare of children in association with the principle of giving every child the best start in life. Breakfast club investment also, importantly, promotes parents' ability to undertake employment and allowing opportunity for earlier start to the working day, which in turn enables parents to contribute financially to the household. And I'm delighted to support the SNP budget. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Forbes. Councillor Forbes and then Councillor Rebick.
Thank you, Provost. This is a budget of balance, a budget of common sense, a budget of sensible financial management, and I am delighted to support it. With a reduction in funding of £5 million from the Scottish Government, difficult choices need to be made. Let's be clear. As my colleague Councillor McCall has already indicated, the Scottish Government currently run an underspend of around £800 million. That's a political choice they are making, a choice I believe they will pay dearly for at the next Scottish election. We had choices too, Provost. We could have chosen to take the axe to a large number of vital public services, services that members of our communities rely on every day. We chose not to do that. We could have chosen to reduce the Council's subsidy for public transport. We chose not to do that either, because we want to keep people moving. We need people to travel to work, healthcare services, to come to Perth and other towns across Perth and Kinross to help to stimulate the economy, which so many of our residents rely on for income. This keeps £2.1 million within the public transport budget to support our communities, especially our rural ones. Provost, we are continuing to protect our highly regarded and essential public assets by rejecting all of the savings proposals. Our roads, including ditches and property, to ensure there are no changes to our current levels of maintenance. This protects £1.65 million of spend. My colleague, Councillor McCall, has already indicated an investment of £50,000 in the public realm of Crieff, an initiative she has fought hard to secure, and one I am sure her ward colleagues will be delighted to support. Communities are at the heart of what we, as a council and as elected members, believe is important. As such, we want to continue to protect, preserve and enhance the whole of our area. This budget sees the rejection of savings in play areas and planned maintenance for green space, along with the Safer Communities team, the sector-leading work that our Bloom groups do, as well as invest more in further school road safety initiatives. We will also continue to invest in the highly successful programme of horticultural modern apprentices. By focusing on this, we are committing £1.5 million in this area. As you have already heard, Provost, this administration set economic development as a priority. I'm delighted that we have heard a lot of announcements to support economic development across the entire area. Not just the £100,000 to set up a task force to support the High Street and Perth, but an extra £300,000 for our rural economic development. This is a total of £400,000 to ensure that our area is an economic success story. This follows on the back of money set aside last year for rural events, tourist routes, the Rural Micro Business Fund, as well as other initiatives to help our businesses who provide vital employment for our residents. We've decided not to go to the full £40 per bin for the garden waste collection service. Rather, we will stop at 35 in 2020-2021. This will still generate £1.2 million in the coming years. That's sufficient income to support the continued employment of 28 teachers or 28 social workers, money which is much needed in the face of Scottish Government cuts. Turning now to the SNP budget, although I now have doubts about the word Scottish in their title because they've spoken more about England so far than anything else. I have to say I was very surprised to see they think it's acceptable to turn down the room temperature for our hard-working staff. People work better when they're comfortable, and I consider this to be false economy. Their crazy plan to close Inverarmond Recycling Centre when a huge housing development is on the horizon is so...
Point of information, Provost. SNP have no plans to close Inverarmond Recycling Centre.
Oh, I apologise, Provost. I will retract that. Thank you, Councillor Doogan. Looking at the proposed increase in target for commercial waste, this is incredibly badly thought through in a similar way to the bottle return scheme, which seems to have been launched by the SNP government so many times it's made me dizzy, and we still don't have any clarity. I'm particularly concerned to see the proposal by the SNP to remove 2 posts in regulatory functions.
1 minute, Councillor.
Thank you. This is animal welfare, trading standards and food hygiene, all very serious obligations that this council has to look after. Not to mention these are real people with mortgages and commitments. Provost, not wanting to be parochial, but I'd like to talk about my ward, the Cllr. I was delighted that the administration decided this should be the location for a pilot to provide funding for enhanced community transport to support access to healthcare services. Healthcare services in turmoil in Scotland. The surgery in St Madoes will close in a matter of weeks. Services will be transferred to Errol, which will leave people in St Madoes further away from GP surgery than they were before. It's a big issue for elderly and vulnerable patients, and this administration has recognised it. I will finish early and finish there. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Provost. This SNP budget amendment truly focuses on education and children's services and ensures the continuing delivery of great education in Perth and Kinross. I'd like to very briefly just make 2 or 3 specific points around that. And firstly, I must touch upon the centralisation of school meal production to Dundee. I believe that our dinner ladies and men actually occasionally have very bespoke knowledge of our kids' individual needs and idiosyncrasies, and I do worry that that knowledge will be lost when the inflexibility of this particular school meal delivery comes into force. More importantly, of course, it's 50 posts that are gone now and gone forever, gone for this generation and gone for the next generation. The administration is right to say that there's no cut in teacher numbers this year in this budget, but there was last year, and we're going to reinstate it. 11 teachers, 11 full-time equivalent teachers in our classrooms delivering education to our kids and our young learners, and that's to be applauded. Very importantly, we'll also invest £2 million into accelerating the introduction of puff and crossings, while at the same time protecting our school crossing patrollers at the start and the finish of the school day. On a broader thing, ring-fence money is still money. There's no exchange rate that devalues one compared to the other one. Money is still money. £5 million, as Councillor Parrott alludes to, is an eye-watering amount of money. So I'm delighted that Perth and Kinross Council has £5.6 million extra money in its revenue budget this year. Things that are ring-fenced are still good projects. Flood prevention, early years childcare expansion particularly. Early years childcare expansion will help us get it right for every child, and it will further help mitigate the worst effects of modern UK's shame, that which is in work poverty. Lastly, the cutting of £5 million into PH2 it's no consolation that I think £500,000 is getting added back into it. That's the thinnest of gruel, and I'm proud to support the SNP budget amendment.
Thank you very much indeed, Provost. You need a number of qualities to be a Liberal Democrat councillor, Provost, apart from longevity. And chief amongst them is you need to be an optimist. And I hope that we can all be optimistic in this chamber about what we can do for the people we are supposed to represent, and not just spout on with centrally produced party lines. This is the 16th budget I've sat through, Provost, and they've always struck me as being a little bit of a pantomime, because we all agree we're not going to do any of the awful things we were never going to do in the first place. And if you can remember back to when the SNP used to propose a budget, they used to pretend to forget things like disability sports facilities and other Muirton issues. They used to pretend to forget Archie McClellan's fairness issues, only to pretend to remember them and put them in order to get their votes. Not this time, though, folks. They haven't got any of that at all. That tells you quite a bit. This administration, however, has been putting forward proper policies thought through to address issues that matter to the public, such as the 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, road safety and active travel, instead of dealing with it in piecemeal amounts. This will help us all to make the very best of scarce resources and take advantage of external funding streams. If you can remember back to Councillor Lyle's introduction, he stated quite correctly that this administration budget was both honest and realistic. And I think we all need to be honest and realistic about why we are here in this chamber. And I would appeal to everyone across the chamber to see if we can't all work together to bring back perhaps more of a feeling of civic pride, to bring back to people the value of the common good, to encourage all those volunteers and local groups that make a real difference in our communities now and for future generations. And we can start this now, of course, by joining together and agreeing to vote for this commendable administration budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Gray. Now we're near at the end of all the questions, so
thank you, Provost.
we're getting close.
Well, I want to keep it simple and simply address those issues which were personally brought to me by constituents. I should think, thanks to the press publicising these issues in recent weeks. I commend the SNP budget for the maintenance of school crossing patrols, primary swimming lessons, instrumental music tuition charges and parent councils. Furthermore, recycling centres, all road maintenance budgets and, small as it might seem, dog poo bags. On behalf of the SNP budget, I believe you have satisfied most of those who have complained to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Anne Jarvis.
Thank you, Provost. You know, councils in Scotland today are forced to accept council tax increases in order to protect services. We face cuts and or job losses in the effort to plug an ever-widening gap. This follows on successive cuts in Scottish Government funding to the councils. It would have been good to have kept the increase this year to 3%, but we put an extensive sum of money into developing the economy and hopefully providing a lot more jobs for many of the people who will be coming to Perth to the new housing that's here. But it's very important also that there is an emphasis on getting younger people into work, and that too is included. But the one thing that was unacceptable was 4.79%. Now, in recent years, more money has been spent in Scotland than has been collected. Public sector revenue raised per person in Scotland was around £10,000. That's £400 lower than the per person revenue in the whole of the UK. So the settlement for 2019-20 means that we've had to find around 20 million more than was in the indicative budget last year. Scotland's total public sector revenue is around 8% of that of the total UK. In the same year, the total public expenditure in Scotland was 69 billion. That's around 9% of all the public spending in the UK, which is a greater proportion than the number of people who actually live in Scotland. Spend in Scotland is £14,000 per person. That's £1,400 higher than across the UK as a whole. Thank you, Barnett Formula. This is more than any other country or region in the UK, with the exception of Northern Ireland. The overall health budget in Scotland should have risen by 5.3% on the back of the increased NHS spending in England, but our health boards in Scotland, and that includes Tayside, will only see their funding rise by 3.8%, and these figures come from the Scottish Parliament Information Service itself. This forces the Council to provide more money to support health-related services, adding to our problems. The SNP is shortchanging Scots to the tune of tens of millions of pounds, just as it's shortchanging the people of Perth and Kinross. Balancing the budget this year was a real struggle, and after the usual posturing by the same minor political group who at the last minute agreed to support Holyrood's budget, we got a little extra money to spend. But the harsh reality of that is by the time the ring-fenced funding is taken into account and keeping money back for the pension contributions that this council has to pay for council workers and teachers with the forthcoming pay rises, the actual spending money was 2.5 million. Doesn't fill a lot of holes. But out of that, we actually only had 1.85 million to spend. So that is a real cash cut. And this is true of the total amount that Perth and Kinross councils receive in the original settlement. Every year, we lose the democracy to spend our money as we see fit for the people of Perth and Kinross. We have heard that we got an absolute sum of 5.6 million, but as always, 60% of any settlement is ring-fenced to spend on SNP spending programmes. Not all bad though, I'll say that, but the funding gap gets bigger every year. This year, it was a further cut of 2.1%.
1 minute, Councillor.
Thank you. Of 2.1% to our core funding. No wonder the administration partnership decided to keep reductions in services as minimal as possible. We looked at everything, rejected most proposals, refused to cut swimming lessons, increased music lesson charges, and kept our roads and maintenance budgets. My ward's a rural area, so I'm very pleased that money is available for transport and vital bus services, and that we will help small businesses look to expanding into new markets.
30 seconds.
Employment for young people. Action partnerships, community investment funds, again, will be done, and £30,000 to Burnham Arts Centre. But it's not just council tax, but income tax that will rise as the SNP members of the Scottish Government dig ever deeper into our pockets. They promised the Scottish people not to increase taxes. This is the second time that they've broken this. The voters will notice.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Provost. May I start by also adding my thanks to the officers who assisted in the preparation of the SNP amendment to the budget, and indeed to all of the budget process over the past few months. Provost, the Tory and Lib Dem budget proposal fails, or perhaps lacks the imagination, to identify opportunities, to identify innovative savings or efficiencies, and instead they've taken the easy option and have chosen to increase the council tax by 4% for the next 3 years. The SNP amendment, on the other hand, has identified additional savings that will not impact directly on services to the public, but will enable direct benefits to individuals who live in our communities, such as maintaining non-statutory and discretionary charges at current levels, including bereavement service charges, maintaining the budget for free dog waste bags, crucially, maintaining school meal provisions locally in our schools, which will protect the jobs of over 50 of our citizens. And at a time when health and nutrition is a key issue, it seems really counterintuitive to be promoting frozen ready meals as the norm, when instead we should be using our imaginations and thinking of more innovative ways to provide meals to our schools, such as building links between our schools and our local agricultural economy, instead of transferring jobs and expertise to Dundee. Provost, the Scottish Government already spends a considerable amount of its budget in mitigating the failure of the austerity programme so beloved of the Tories in Westminster. And let's not forget that the Lib Dems were willing supporters of the ill-fated welfare reforms, including the totally discredited universal credit during the ill-fated coalition with the Tories. Perth and Kinross Council is also doing its part to mitigate austerity measures, and the SNP budget amendment supports this valuable work and the excellent service offered by the Welfare Rights Team. But this administration's budget fails to recognise perhaps the most damaging impact of all to the local economy: Brexit. I wonder why. The administration claim their budget proposal is about protecting the local economy, but they fail to acknowledge that Brexit will have a negative impact on businesses and employees, with over 100,000 jobs projected to be lost across Scotland, and no doubt there will be an effect of that in Perth and Kinross too. In fact, it's already having an effect on our rural economy. Our fellow citizens in Perth and Kinross who are EU nationals are also facing an uncertain future as a direct consequence of Brexit. The SNP, both nationally and here within Perth and Kinross, recognise that Brexit will be damaging to our local economy and to our local citizens, and that is why we have made provision to our budget to provide advice and support services to support those who are adversely affected by Brexit. Our SNP budget amendment is balanced to support local citizens, local citizens facing the impacts from Tory austerity and the shambles that is Brexit. It protects local facilities and services, and it also supports local businesses. It does all three. It doesn't single out one sector over the other. The SNP amendment is taxing Perth and Kinross households less, and still has been able to come up with more investment and putting more money back into the reserves, something that the administration motion fails spectacularly to do. So overall, I support the SNP amendment wholeheartedly, and I commend it to this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Provost. Actually, I'm the person here that actually welcomes this budget. It's been a very difficult budget to come up with, and when we saw the original figures, it looked so bleak. And whether we argue about the figures or not, but we all, I think, are agreed, apart from one or two councillors, that there was a £5 million cut in our funding in real terms, which was had a serious effect on this council. Our Conservative colleagues could do one or two things with that huge shortfall in funding. They could have said, well, if the money's not there, we'll have to cut our services. We'll have to cut our service to those who need them most. But they looked over the edge and they said that it's just not acceptable. And I give you credit, all of you, for being brave enough to defend what this council is here to deliver. You'd have been condemned had you come up with a tiny budget increase and we slashed services throughout the council. You'd have been condemned universally. So I'm happy and prepared to defend the 4% that we've come up with today. It's a very difficult process to go through the budget. I think we've been realistic and tried to do the best we can for the people in Perth and Kinross. There's one or two things in this budget I'm absolutely delighted with. I'm absolutely delighted that for once we're actually going to seriously look at taking forward the PH2O project. A serious look at taking it forward. I know there was money in the capital budget, but that sat there and there was no political drive to take that forward. There was no political drive to take that forward, and that's totally down to your administration. So don't start and mope. We've actually put £500,000 into putting this back on the table, and we'll get a reasonable attempt to get this up and running, because Perth and Kinross depends on a really good wet water facility, and that will provide it. So I'm delighted that that's in. A difficult time to do it, but you've done it, and we have done it. Apart from that, we've defended the other things that we think are important. We've defended the music service provision. We've defended the school crossing patrollers, which I think was a sensible thing to do. We've defended a whole range of economic initiatives. I'm delighted that there's money going back into the the word-based initiatives, because that's proved hugely popular and it'll make a big, big difference. It's taken a little while to get it up and running, but these things do. Lastly, I have to say that it's all about priorities, and I'm going to give one criticism, and this really annoys me, the fact that your government in Edinburgh spends its time setting up pretendy embassies in Canada and France. What good is that to us? We're here to spend the money that comes from central government, and it shouldn't be spent on that. It's a disgrace. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Now, are there any other contributions?
Provost, can I ask for a recess at this point, please?
No, just a sec. First of all, can I ask if there are any other contributions? Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Provost. I want to start off by agreeing entirely with Councillor Andrew Parrott. For one sentence, he said, "It's not where we might like to be." I would prefer to have not had nearly 10 years of a council tax freeze imposed upon us by the SNP Scottish Government, which consistently deprived this council of the ability to make decisions about its own council tax level and build up the council tax base. Now, I know fine there was money provided from the Scottish Government, but that did nothing, absolutely nothing, to build up and enhance the council tax base in Perth and Kinross. And as a result, we've been on the back foot all of the last few years trying to catch up. So 4% is a modest increase, and it is a modest increase, to go ahead to start to repair that damage that was caused by that freeze, which benefited the better off and did very little to help the poor. Of course, we've got £5 million of cuts from the Scottish Government. It says it in the report. If one of our officers puts it down in the report, then it's quite clear that's the case. And if Derek Mackay, the Minister responsible for the budget at Holyrood, thinks he can announce £250 million for local government and then find that the most basic analysis that we end up in a local government setting with 90 million, then it's him that needs to sort out his arithmetic skills, not the folk in this administration. I would defend totally the 4% because, first of all, as has been said before by some of my partnership colleagues, it allows the services to be maintained. And if anybody wants to go around showing to the public which services they can cut, and that was clearly seen in the feedback that we got from the public. But there's bits in some of the budgets, Provost, that some folk missed out on. The SNP seem to have totally disregarded the need to keep the DSM budget. That's what we spend on school books, reading schemes, maths schemes. And that £177,000 that appears to have been forgotten about by the SNP is the lifeblood of schools, and they're proposing today to take it away. Property maintenance suddenly slips down 175k. So what buildings are not going to be repaired according to the SNP budget? We don't know. Safer Communities Fund disappears with our commitment to 148k completely forgotten both by the Independent Labour Group and by the SNP. And the school crossing patrollers, rightly mentioned by the Independent Labour Group in their amendment, but there's no proposal, if there was going to be reinstatement of savings from this current year, there was no proposal like that within the budget.
Sorry, point of order, Provost. Sorry, point of order. We did have recurring money in for that.
Okay, I accept the point of order, Provost, if that's the case, okay? I just finish off on the subject that was mentioned by several speakers about Brexit. Of course, that's the craw on everybody's shoulder and maybe the elephant in the room. But the reality is this administration's put in over £300,000 on a recurring basis for future years for business promotion, which will help and enhance greatly our attraction of business and jobs and help the Perth Kinross economy, no matter what whirlwind descends upon Scotland and the United Kingdom, whatever happens with the Brexit scenario. That compares with 50k a year, twice for 2 years, non-recurring in the SNP budget. Provost, I commend the administration budget. I think it's a strong budget, it's a brave budget, it's an investment for the future budget, and it will be good for Perth and Kinross. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other contributions? No more contributions.
Can I ask for a recess at this point then, Provost, please?
Yes, I've acceded to that request.
Thank you,
so
Provost.
we're going to have a 15-minute break. If
Thank
we can get back in time, all to be to the good. Okay, can I now invite Councillor McDade to... Sorry? No, I was just told. No. Councillor McDade to speak.
Thank you, Provost. Having now had sight of the administration motion and the SNP group amendment, we feel there is enough commonality as the Independent Scottish Labour group to, within the SNP group's amendment, that we have reached an agreement with the SNP group to withdraw our amendment.
Thank you, Mr McDade. Councillor McDade. Councillor Doogan.
Yes, thank you very much, Provost.
Oh, we need a seconder, sorry. Councillor Brock.
Happy to second that, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Brock. Apologies. Councillor Doogan.
Not at all, Provost. I'm very happy to accept the recommendations from the Independent and Scottish Labour Group into the SNP's amendment, enhancing as they do the already positive offer that we had within our amendment, and I'm happy to see the detail of that circulated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson.
Based on that, can I ask Councillor Doogan, does that include the £100,000 for the feasibility study into the...
We've got it here. We're about to circulate it.
Going to circulate the motion.
Oh, we're getting it again, right, okay, thanks.
Provost, I'm happy to second this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to get somebody's attention when I was getting feet to ground. Thank you for that.
That's fine. Well, the good thing about it is now we won't have two roll call, we'll only have one roll.
Okay, can we resume? Can I ask Councillor Lyle to sum up?
Thank you very much, Provost. I'm just assuming that we now have one amendment against the motion.
Yes.
That's correct. Thank you. Summing up, Provost, I have little to add to the lengthy debate that we've already had this afternoon, and I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all councillors across the floor for their contributions. Mostly balanced, I would say. Provost, this administration has produced a balanced budget which delivers services, maintains teacher numbers and increases resources for one of our priorities, economic development, and also cares for those most in need across Perth and Kinross. In the future, our new direction with the Perth and Kinross offer will allow us to find new ways of working together with our communities and to deliver our services. It is my ambition to grow the economy to benefit all the citizens of Perth and Kinross. And without further ado, I'm happy to commend the motion to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Lyle. Seconder. Oh, it's been seconded, that's right. Okay, we'll proceed to the vote now. Scott, can you?
Thank you, Provost. We're dealing with item 4 on the agenda, report number 19/46 by the Head of Finance, the Revenue Budget 2019-20, 2021 and 21-22, report number 2. We have a motion by Councillor Lyle, seconded by Councillor Parrott, that has been circulated on salmon colour paper. We now have an amendment by Councillor Doogan, seconded by Councillor McEwan, that was circulated on yellow paper and now includes the revised amendments that were just circulated to you. In terms of standing orders, can I now ask councillors to vote for either the motion or the amendment? Councillor Ahern.
Motion.
Councillor Anderson.
Amendment.
Councillor Bailey.
Amendment.
Councillor Baird. Councillor Band.
Amendment.
Councillor Barnacle.
Amendment.
Councillor Barrett.
Motion.
Councillor Braun. Councillor Brock. Councillor Audrey Coates. Councillor Harry Coates.
Motion.
Councillor Donaldson.
Amendment.
Councillor Doogan.
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale.
Amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Forbes.
Motion.
Councillor Gray.
Amendment.
Councillor Illingworth.
Motion.
Councillor James.
Motion.
Councillor Jarvis.
Motion.
Councillor Lang.
Amendment.
Councillor Lyle.
Motion.
Councillor McCall.
Motion.
Councillor McCall.
Amendment.
Councillor McDade.
Amendment.
Councillor McEwan.
Amendment.
Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Parrott.
Amendment.
Councillor Pover.
Amendment.
Councillor Rebeck.
Amendment.
Councillor Reid.
Motion.
Councillor Robertson. Councillor Sarwar. Councillor Shires.
Motion.
Councillor Simpson.
Motion.
Councillor Waters.
Amendment.
Councillor Williamson.
Amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
Motion.
Provost, we have 19 votes for the motion and 19 votes for the amendment, and with no abstentions. Provost, in terms of standing orders, can you confirm your casting vote for the motion or the amendment?
Motion.
Thank you. The motion is therefore carried.
Now, item 5, the Composite Capital Budget 2019-2029. The report to be considered by the Council is Report 1947 by Stuart Mackenzie, Head of Finance. Do you wish Stuart Mackenzie to speak, or would you like just to ask any questions on the report?
We're happy to go straight to questions, but can I point out that none of our microphones are working? I think it might be deployed.
Aye. They're okay, yes, to send, yeah. Have you got a shilling?
Well, there's mine on now.
Are there any, are you happy, everybody happy to just go to questions? Yep, so I'll take questions. Any questions on the report? No? Okay, we'll go to Councillor Lyle. Can you move the motion?
Thank you very much, Provost. As I have demonstrated in both the revenue and cable capital budget,
Oh,
and this administration.
excuse me, sorry, we better get the...
I'll start again.
Yeah, we need to get the... motion distributed.
Circulated. Oh, we haven't had the right. Have we got copies of it? My apologies.
No, no, it's okay.
Not only were we working in silence,
I thought they
but we
were
could be
getting
working in the
circulated.
dark. None along there.
Keep their head in. You know what it's like. It's what it's like in the court when you're flipping the other.
I enjoyed it.
Did you wear the black hat?
I didn't wear the black hat. I did wear the black gown.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Provost.
Councillor Lyle, thank you.
Councillors, as I have demonstrated in both the revenue and the previous capital budget, the Council, and in this administration in particular, has developed a well-earned reputation for prudent and sound financial management. The annual reserve strategy before the Council today later underlines this reputation. Everyone in this chamber recognises the importance of holding sufficient reserves as a contingency. Excuse me a moment, please. We have an issue here. Right. This council enjoys a reputation for sound financial management, and we in this administration propose to uphold that reputation. The reputation is set out in its vision for capital investment just over 9 months ago, and that vision still remains in place today. How we deliver on that vision is set out in the 620 million capital budget before the Council today. That's £620 million of capital expenditure for our priorities of schools, infrastructure, communities and open spaces. This is the most ambitious capital budget that this Council has ever set, and I want to take this opportunity to remind all elected members of the size of our ambitions over the next decade. Over 165 million will be invested in our learning estate to ensure that our schools are fit for purpose both now and in the future. This includes almost 50 million towards the replacement of our largest secondary school, Perth High School. The budget today still includes the provision of a new primary school in the northwest of Perth, a replacement primary school in North Perth, and significant investment in both Perth Academy and Perth Grammar School. Overall, this investment will continue to ensure our young people have modern, dynamic and inclusive learning places to give them the best possible chances during their early years. Turning to housing and environment, this budget includes over 364 million towards road safety, roads, bridges and flood protection, placemaking, green space and property. Over the next 10 years, the budget includes almost 105 million of investment in our roads and nearly 127 million in our bridges. This includes the Cross Tay Link Road. Provost, I would like to acknowledge the Scottish Government and the very welcome announcement of the £40 million towards the Cross Tay Link Road. This funding puts in place the resources to fully deliver this transformational infrastructure project for Perth and Kinross. It is the largest single project this Council has ever embarked on. Recognising the huge impact that flooding can have on our communities, the budget includes over 30 million towards flood protection schemes in Comrie, Milnathorpe, South Kinross and Scone. We are committing over 8 million towards placemaking schemes across Perth and Kinross, which will potentially attract significant additional funding from external organisations such as Sustrans, and almost 7 million towards improving our open spaces. The provisional capital budget includes over 5 million towards the road safety measures that our communities require. As I said earlier, the capital budget motion includes a further £1 million towards road safety measures around our schools. The advances in technology have never been so evident. Therefore, this administration will invest over £34 million to ensure that the Council can meet the needs of all our citizens, both now and in the future. Last year's Tay Cities deal confirmed the funding towards our cultural ambitions, and specifically the transformation of Perth City Hall. The Partnership's capital budget reinforces our commitment to our cultural offering with the investment of over £34 million. Finally, Provost, I would like to turn to our capital budget motion. We have listened to the people of Blairgowrie, and we have increased the budget for the Blairgowrie Recreation Centre to include a 6th swimming lane and additional multi-gym space. This will deliver the enhanced facility that the school and the local community want, and also remains affordable. The administration's capital budget does not include any provision for the PH2O project at this stage, although £500,000 has been committed to the revenue budget, which will help develop detailed designs and operating models, and this is hugely significant. The work I have funded in the revenue budget will allow the Council and Live Active Leisure to work in partnership to develop a robust business case for the replacement of the Perth Leisure Pool that is affordable and meets our joint ambitions. I look forward to working with Live Active Leisure on this project and delivering this project costed and affordable. This budget invests in our schools, our roads infrastructure, and the safety of our communities and open spaces. I commend this budget to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Lyle. Councillor Barrett, second the motion.
Provost, I'm pleased to second the administration's capital budget motion. This is an ambitious capital budget totalling £620 million of investment in schools, in green spaces and play parks, in our roads and in our infrastructure. It includes the biggest capital investment project this council has ever taken in the delivery of the Cross-Tay Link Road. The Cross-Tay Link Road was of central importance to our bid to the Tay Cities deal, and now we're set to deliver the economic growth, benefits and jobs that will result from that investment, as well as the health and social benefits of making our city centre streets less congested and polluted. It will be, as we've heard, a transformative investment. Our budget includes £21 million for the transformation of the City Hall, with the £10 million contribution through the Tay Cities deal. The new dawn for this historic Perth City Centre building will become a reality in just a few years' time. At our capital budget setting meeting in June, we announced the £50 million to be allocated to a new Perth High School. We made difficult choices to ensure the delivery of a replacement school to provide 21st century learning and teaching facilities for our young people and for our teachers. But we aren't simply stopping there, and our budget today includes £14 million worth of investment in Perth Academy and more than £6.5 million for Perth Grammar School. That's more than £70 million investment in our secondary schools, and on top of that, there's a £50 million investment in our primary school estate across the whole breadth and width of Perth and Kinross, so that we deliver on our vision that our young children and people maximise their learning potential and educational attainment to give them the best life chances and opportunities for the future. As the council leader stated, we've listened to the communities in consultation with the people of Blairgowrie, and now having the capital budget flexibility to respond, we've increased the budget for the Blairgowrie Recreational Centre to include a 6th swimming lane. We've tried and have succeeded in matching the community's ambitions with the necessary resource to deliver on that ambition. And Provost, I'm happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Are there any amendments?
Yes, thank you, Provost. There's a SNP amendment, if we could have that circulated, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Provost. In addition to the additional revenue funding afforded to this council by government, we have seen a substantial increase to our capital allocation. The increase, when you include ring-fenced monies for flooding, is 55.4%, and when you remove flooding, 16.8%. We, in the SNP, with our amendment, have used this extra funding to help detail £73 million of investments across 4 key themes. We will, Provost, invest £30 million in our school estate. In so doing, we will introduce a £5 million school equity fund to assist schools not in line for replacement to acquire the indoor and outdoor resources that currently are usually only found in our new build schools. This is an urgent disparity for our young learners and one in need of redress. Moreover, we will introduce a dual-phase secondary school investment fund which will support the redevelopment of ageing secondary schools across Perth and Kinross, but phase this in line with other developments, including but not limited to the tri-school proposal for East Cars of Gowrie. We believe in the SNP it's absolutely vital that for these exceptionally large sums of capital investment in our fixed assets, do so in a way that is extremely well thought out and future-proof as far as this is possible. The SNP will invest £15 million in roads and transport additionally. This will facilitate a number of highlights, including our ambition for a new pedestrian and cycle bridge across the river in the city to further promote sustainable travel and to increase the prominence of the river within our daily lives. This pump priming investment is designed to allow other organisations to then come forward and match fund with that proposal. We will then accelerate the rollout of puffin crossings across Perth and Kinross with £2 million of additional funding in a bid to improve road safety, especially around our schools, where no matter what the funding dynamic is, school crossing patrollers may still not be found. The Living Street Audit will benefit from £1 million in this amendment to implement its recommendations, and we will invest £200,000 in on-street charging points in Perth City and our large towns to enhance the ownership experience of electric vehicles and hybrid electric vehicles in Perth and Kinross, and to complement our promotion of electric vehicles within the parking priorities detailed in our revenue budget. Provost will invest over £13 million in sport and leisure. Due to the failure of this Tory administration, the new PH2O leisure pool for Perth has slipped out beyond sight. The SNP's original commitment, which they inherited, of £5 million, we now deem as no longer sufficient due to the compounding effect of Tory delay and construction inflation. Therefore, we believe that £8 million is now the required level of investment in the project by this council. That is the price that we pay for this administration, who came to office with neither a plan nor a clue. At the last capital budget, where the Tories cut the SNP's £5 million funding for this project, the administration said that removing this funding would allow other sources of funding to come forward, despite the fact that we in this chamber all knew that it could only ever have the direct opposite effect. There is not a public leisure centre in this country which does not benefit from council capital funding. We will invest £2 million in Pitlochry Festival Theatre, an invaluable asset in Scotland and Highland Perthshire, which has just benefited from £10 million Scottish Government funding through the Tay Cities deal, and which, with our investment, will open the door to a range of additional external funders. We will also reverse the £3 million cut in full to the Blair Gowrie Recreation Centre, allowing the original specification to be delivered as planned. The SNP will allocate £15 million to future office accommodation in Perth City and our larger towns. Owned by the council, these buildings will create opportunities to work for Perth and Kinross Council without necessarily having to travel to and from Perth. This will have the effect of spreading the economic reach and benefit of the council's corporate function across a wider share and more equitable split of the local authority area. A dividend from this process will be the realisation of substantial revenue savings following occupation of these properties. Provost, I asked this Tory administration nearly 2 years ago when they took office what their vision was for Perth and Kinross, and I was told to wait for the coming capital budget. We've waited now for 2 capital budgets, and what do we see? Not a single project by this administration has been, substantial project by this administration has been started, much less finished. Now, we had a lot of stuff detailed, Provost, in the motion, but let me just be really, really clear that the Cross-Tay Link Road, the A985 junction, Perth Theatre, Blairgowrie Recreation Centre, various flood schemes, Bertha Park School, Perth High School replacement, Kinross and Cllr Primary Schools, Perth Museum Collection Store, the City Hall and PH2O. All of these substantial elements of our capital investment were started and or funded funded by the previous I'll get to that in a minute, Provost. Maybe Councillor Parrott might have wished he never said that. The previous administration and or the SNP government. They are so bereft of ideas and vision that at the last capital budget of this council, Councillor Parrott tried to claim that the £10 million allocated by the SNP for a Perth High School replacement was somehow the local Liberal Democrat councillor's achievement. An absolutely ridiculous claim without any foundation. Perhaps you might want to revisit that if he speaks later. This SNP capital budget amendment works to maximise the economic benefits for our local economy through the multiplier effect of substantial projects that they have in our local supply chains. At the same time, delivering much needed investment in our buildings and the services they deliver to our communities. I would just end by saying, Provost, that I am disappointed to see an update to the capital plan for Perth and Kinross Council, where PH2O had £5 million taken out and it gets £500,000 put back in. Blair Recreation Centre gets £3 million taken out and it gets £400,000 put back in, where the Scottish Government allocate £2.7 million of additional, no strings attached, not ring-fenced, £2.7 million of additional capital funding. And what does this administration do with it? Spends £1.4 million of it, barely half. So don't let's get too upset when the next time they start complaining about ring fencing. This is investment in our communities, and it's any administration's responsibility to deploy it to the best effects of our communities. And this is failing just now. I commend our amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Doogan. Councillor McEwan to second it.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, I am pleased to formally second the SNP Capital Budget Amendment and welcome the potential it has to maximise the transformations across Perth and Kinross. Under this amendment, we invest an additional £15 million in roads and transport and measures which will have an immediate and positive impact on residents and businesses, not just here in Perth, but across Perth and Kinross. Our inflation-busting £8 million funding for Perth's new leisure pool, £2 million allocated to Pitlock Festival Theatre, and funding for Blairgowrie Hall improvements is a massive step forward. I can't go without backing this motion without mentioning the Blairgowrie Recreation Centre. This was the foundation of my whole speech at the last budget last year, where I was absolutely astonished to hear that the funding for that was to be cut. The subsequent public meetings, petitions that myself and Councillor Lane raised, a petition that I handed in to the leader of the council, have obviously allowed the council administration to reflect on that very poor decision of cutting that budget last year. But I'm not confident that the reinstatement of £400,000 is enough to meet the aspirations of the people who will be served by that recreation centre. Because this affects patients, people in our communities in Ward 2, 3 and 5 who all send children to Blairgowrie High School. It's a step in the right direction. I'm not confident it's the step that's needed, and I'm not confident the local community will see this still shortfall as something that will deliver the future-proof facility that they're demanding in a town that you know, Provost, is expanding at a great extent as it being our biggest area outside of Perth and Kinross. These changes to the amendment underlines the SNP's commitment to sport and leisure across the whole of Perth and Kinross. These investments in our communities and their assets are the hallmark of an SNP group on this council who have a plan,
who set out this plan in a manifesto and who are united in our ambition to deliver it. I urge Council to please support this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McEwan. Are there any further amendments? Councillor McDade.
Dearie me, slipping up there. Independent Scottish Labour Group has a capital budget amendment. It's just, I'm getting so excited by the SNP adopting our policy from last year's June capital budget. Clearly, I'm getting confused there.
Okay.
It be circulated, please.
I don't know what you were saying. Did you? No. I just assumed you would. Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Provost. First of all, I would like to start off by saying I welcome the growing consensus that there is across this chamber about an alternative option for the capital programme. Similar to our capital budget amendment last year, our amendment sets out a radical vision for the future of our capital programme here in Perth and Kinross. We have invested an additional $38.5 million over and on top of the Conservative Liberal Democrat administration's capital budget proposals. As with our revenue budget, our young people and rural communities are at the heart of our proposals. Our capital budget amendment sets out a significant additional investment in our school estate, with $37.5 million for a new school in southeastern Perthshire to help rebalance the school estate so our children spend less time on buses and more time learning. We have committed to investing in a brand new Cllr community campus, allowing young people at all stages in their school education to enjoy the educational benefits of a modern, fit-for-purpose school. It will also allow local residents to take advantage of modern leisure facilities, including a 6-lane swimming pool. We have also committed to the refurbishment of Cllr Primary School and $3 million towards the capital costs of a further rollout of nursery provision in rural communities where it is badly needed to support families and businesses alike. The school estate is not the only place where our capital budget amendment is investing. In relation to roads, we've allocated an additional $3.5 million to improve the condition of roads across Perth and Kinross. We have also invested an additional $1 million in road safety improvements to be prioritised towards improvements near schools. Further, we have allocated a much-needed $300,000 to facilitate the implementation of the B9097 action plan for road safety and $1 million for improvements to Creef Town Centre to support economic regeneration. We've committed to investing heavily in culture and leisure with an £8 million commitment towards the PH2O project. And this is not our only investment in Perth, with an additional $1.2 million for the Letham Hub, an important resource and much needed in the Letham community. We're also committing $3 million in support of Cllr Festival Theatre's Vision 2021 to help them attract match funding. Burnham Arts, which is another important culture venue, would also receive £100,000 towards its building improvement programme under our capital budget amendment. As outlined in the amendment last year, our additional proposals are funded through additional borrowing from a review and reduction of leased office accommodation. This is a radical capital budget proposal that commits additional capital spend across Perth and Kinross. And it is important to remember that all of our spending proposals are on top of those already committed to by this council last year, such as the Perth High School replacement and the Crossday Link Road. Our amendment sets out an easy option for councillors. Across the chamber, you can vote for increased investment in our communities, or you cannot. And I would commend this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDade. Have you seconder?
Yes, Provost.
Councillor Bailey. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. It gives me great pride to second this amendment. In doing so, I'd like to highlight some of the details of the proposal. It's partly through creative thinking on the capital programme that we were able to offer up the lowest council tax rate earlier today. Our capital expenditure is focused squarely on the projects that matter most to local people. Specifically, the school estate and leisure facilities are priorities for us. The replacement of the swimming pool for Perth is something we're pleased to be able to fund today. We're not simply announcing a hollow feasibility study in an ill-thought-out attempt to kick the project into the long grass. Let's remember that PH2O, in spite of its watery name, is not just about swimming. It's about giving Live Active Leisure a more flexible space that can better cater to the fast-changing demands of those who want to keep fit and healthy. This proposal also allocates 1.25 million of capital funding to bring the Letham Hub up to standard and support the excellent work of the Letham for All group in bringing that building fully back into community use. We've also gone back to the mapping data and reconsidered the balance of secondary schooling across the piece. My ward of the Castle Gowrie isn't far from Perth or from Dundee. In fact, you struggle to be more than 10 miles from one or the other. Yet many kids are spending well in excess of an hour a day on buses to get to and from secondary school. That time spent on buses is time not spent doing homework, socialising or after-school activities. That is why this budget fixes things by providing a secondary school in the West Garth and Scone area. This would minimise the number of children needing to cross the Tay and the city centre to access secondary schooling. I commend this capital budget to the Chamber. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor. Would you like a recess? No, you're quite happy with that. Okay. Right, where am I? Right. Can I have any comments or contributions? Councillor Braun.
Thank you, Provost. As members have heard, education is at the heart of this administration. As such, we need to ensure that schools themselves are adequate and fit for purpose, and it is understandable that we should make available capital to be invested in providing the infrastructure for that education. It is less than a year since the last capital budget, as we've heard, and it was passed, which followed through on these priorities dominated by the need to build a new school at Perth High School, a £50 million investment. To meet these demands, to meet the demands of these projects, uncommitted funds were diverted from other plans, including the Blairgowrie Recreation Centre. The current Recreation Centre has served the local community well for many years, but I'm sure that all will agree that it is now tired and worn and needs to be replaced. The previous administration agreed a budget of 17.7 million for a replacement, although I'm unable to find how this figure was finalised, as there appears to have been no designs or business plans upon which it was based. In last year's budget, reflecting the priorities I've mentioned, the budget for this project was reduced to 14.7 million, although a further oft-forgotten 500,000 was allocated to a 3G sports pitch in Davy Park, which was an original requirement of the local community. This adjustment in budget meant that the swimming pool, the proposed centrepiece, would be reduced to a 5-lane pool but would have a 25-metre length. Following on from that decision, a series of consultations were held to gather people's thoughts on what facilities should be included, culminating in a public meeting on the 11th of September. The common theme throughout was the need for a 6-lane, 25-metre competition-sized pool. Taking this on board, Councillor Shires and I have spent the last 3 months pushing for the centre to be upgraded to allow for the required pool, and I'm very pleased to see that this has been successful and a further capital sum of 400,000 has been allocated accordingly. The new Blairgowrie Recreation Centre will now have a 6-lane, 25-metre competition-sized pool and an extended multi-purpose gym. Now, I'm aware that fellow members, Councillor McEwan and Councillor Lang, I hope I pronounced that right, have been campaigning for the £3 million removed last year to be reinstated into the budget. Whilst I appreciate and acknowledge their belief in the importance of sport and the provision of facilities for sport in Blairgowrie and Perth and Kinross generally, they are both aware as to why that original budget was cut. They now seem to view the original figure of 17.7 million more as a spending target than a budget. In other words, any facility costing less than that will not be good enough. And in all their press statements, they never mention this proposed 3G sports pitch.
1 minute, Councillor.
To sum up, Blairgowrie's proposed new recreation centre now has a budget of 15.1 million, to which must be added a further 500,000 for this 3G pitch in Davy Park. A total of 15.6 million is to be spent in one town, effectively on one project. So I now call on Councillor McEwan and Councillor Lang to stop looking backwards, because we're not going that way. This administration is moving this project forward. This is real and this is happening. I ask them now to get with the programme and join us and work with us to ensure that we get a modern, functional recreation facility in Blairgowrie used by both school and public, with certainly at first the only competition standard pool in Perth and Kinross. I am happy, therefore, to support this budget. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sarwar.
Thank you, Provost. The SNP's capital budget amendment will invest 30 million into our school estate. This includes a 5 million fund which will provide grants to Perth and Kinross schools that do not meet the requirements for a complete new build. This significant fund would help schools address inequalities in the built learning environment by resourcing integrated technology, outdoor classrooms, and improving facilities such as toilets and community spaces. Similar to PEF funding, which we know is already having success in addressing the attainment gap, the School Estate Equity Fund is designed to also target the attainment gap and bring equity across the school estate. Also of important particulars to me in my role as Ward Councillor for Strathmore is the 200,000 investment for road safety improvements on the A93 and A94 corridor following the opening of the Cross-Tay Link Road. We must take a forward-thinking, proactive approach to any future effects of the Cross-Tay Link Road in terms of planning and implementation, both positive and negative. The SNP's capital budget is making special provision not only for Perth City Centre, but also for our rural communities. This is a comprehensive capital budget which will make the biggest improvement to the widest number of our constituents, in stark contrast to the administration's motion, which is frankly lacking in vision and content. For this reason, I will be supporting the SNP's capital amendment today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shires, please.
Thank you, Provost. I'm pleased to support the ambitious capital budget of the Scottish Conservative Lib Dem administration, which we announced last year, in which we laid out £178.5 million capital budget investment in education and children's services, demonstrating our commitment to ensure children and young people have the very best start in life. I was going to make a comment about Blairgowrie Rec, but Councillor Braun has stolen all my lines on that. But I will say that we've already had a meeting with the SFA with regards to the Davy Park pitch investment. Now, I'll remind the SNP that there was a pitch there once upon a time, and you took it away, and you never replaced it. And you've never put any money back into it. So I won't take any lectures from you on that. One of the great privilege of being education convener has been the opportunity to get out and about and visit lots of our schools. And I'm absolutely staggered to see the proposal to remove money from Perth Grammar School's upgrade. A much needed work that needs to be done. And I was even more staggered to see that Perth Academy effectively looks like a school that's been in, that was founded in 1696, has potentially just been written out the history books. The whole point of the way that the council has always operated, yes, we're looking at the tri-school, that may well happen, but we can't just start deleting expenditure proposals, because if the tri-school doesn't happen, or if parents don't want it, we need to know that we've got our contingencies in place. And to just remove that funding from Perth Academy and Perth Grammar School, I find really quite depressing. Just at the weekend, local SNP MP was challenging about the school estate review and recognising the need to recognise the changes in our local community and ability to adapt. And yet the SNP are taking out the school for North West Perth in an area that we know that house building is accelerating in, and we will need the potential provision there. So I would say that those proposals are very short-sighted, but I'm delighted to support ours. Thank you.
Provost, I had no wish to, I hope you appreciate, no wish to interrupt Councillor Shires mid-flow, but I must make a point of order in terms of the the picture that she's painting about the funding available to secondary schools in Perth is not accurate. Phase 1 of our funding, £10 million, is available on a priority basis to any secondary school in Perth and Kinross, whether that's Pitlochry, the Academy, the Grammar, or wherever else. That money's there, and the money has not been pulled from making
Provost, these aren't points of order.
She was wrong.
I understood it was a point of order.
To which of the council standing orders was he referring, Provost?
Provost, may I just say, I welcome the clarification. I'm sure the parents at Perth Academy will particularly welcome it.
Can you?
It's a point of clarification.
It is a clarification. Okay. Councillor Barnacle.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Well, Capital Budget Report number 19/47, just make a comment about that. It includes current flood prevention schemes in Milner, Thornton and South Kinross, which is really crucial. I'd just like to point out that the additional investment featured in the independent group amendment, I mean, we got flack last time. It was called blue sky thinking. I think one or two people may have been converted to the fact that we need to be radical about our capital programme because there's so much to be done. I would highlight in particular the upgrade of Cllr Primary School. It is not in the school modernisation programme. It's part of the phase 2 of the school estate review, but we think that we should put money into that because we know improvements are needed and the local members are in support of that. Rural nursery, the capital fund, it's piecemeal, the nursery provision, and there's a need to improve that, and this would assist that. The rural footpaths, we had a budget in 2009 with a long list when it was frozen. It was recently re-established, and quickly the amount of money put in was used up. There's still a huge list for rural footways, and that's why we're allocating extra money. Local roads as well, obviously. The B9097 action plan is unfunded. There is a consent on the Fife border for an energy from waste plant, and the heavy goods vehicle traffic from that facility will all travel through Perth and Kinross. We need to upgrade this route action plan and make provision. Currently, we're not doing that. Road safety around schools I strongly support. And just on the leisure items, Pitlochry Festival Theatre, what a success story, but it needs support. And Burnham Arts, I understand, is really in need of support at the moment. You ask how we do this? Well, through officers who have said this is a proper case. It's going to be from additional borrowing from the review of office accommodation, and to bear in mind that at the end of the Cllr House leasing arrangement term, we have significant funding if we re-examine that. So that's how we've done it, and it's competent.
Okay. I'd really rather just have two more questions because this has been a long day, but it's Councillor Rebick for this time. Councillor Rebick.
Thank you, Provost.
I'm saying I would like to do it, but I can't. Councillor Rebick, just wait a second. Councillor Rebick.
Thank you, Provost. I'll just be very brief in order that you might get one or two more people in. It was just to underline Councillor Doogan and Councillor Savar's point about the SNP Group's £30 million investment into the school estate. It's designed not to cut but to be flexible in the short term to make sure that all our school buildings are comfortable and appropriate environments for our young learners to learn, and in the long term to future-proof any need for further capacity, which is a bit uncertain just now. We are warm to the idea of the tripartite school in the East Cars. It's imaginative, it's innovative, but more to the point, it may well attract serious sums of money from the Scottish Futures Trust, and would be unwise to look that gift horse in the mouth. tens of millions of pounds, possibly in fact. So I'd like to commend the SNP's capital proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dowie. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, it was really just a question. When I saw the two opposition capital budgets, I was struck by how these were going to be funded. And I was wanting to ask if the officers could tell me if there's that amount of savings to be had in our office accommodation. I presume if we no longer have to lease Cllr House, we'll have to find some other accommodation for the staff that are there. So, I mean, we're talking about a serious amount of money. Like one budget is 58 million of borrowing. So could one of the financial officers perhaps explain to me how this saving will be made?
Thank you, Councillor Robertson, for your question. The premise for both of the amendments is the Council withdraws from its occupancy of Cllr House. The PFI lease expires in 2025, at which point the Council has a number of options in terms of what it may wish to do. But the premise of both the amendments is that the Council would withdraw from the occupancy of Cllr House, use the revenue funding, which the Council is currently paying under the PFI arrangement, to finance additional borrowing. And the revenue funding is in the order of £3 million per annum.
But Provost, with all due respect, we cannot have our office staff working on the street. I mean, no, seriously, they have to have office accommodation. So one thing has to be replaced by another. So is that built into these figures?
I think it's competent, but I think we'll have to move on that just now. Okay. Councillor Drysdale. The officers will take a note of that.
Thank you, thank you, Provost. I was delighted to hear earlier this afternoon Councillor Simpson speak with his customary passion about active travel. Equally, Councillor Parrott and others have spoken frequently in this chamber of their understandable desire to bring about road safety improvements. And of course, we would all share the aim of making our transport network as safe as it can be. Also, Provost, I know that all elected members will want to see improvements in air quality through reduced congestion. The SNP amendment, if approved, will deliver, firstly, £4 million towards a new pedestrian/cycle bridge over the River Tay. Surely something that Councillor Simpson will welcome. Secondly, over £3.2 million on road safety measures, including £2 million on accelerated installation of puffin crossings across Perth and Kinross. Surely all elected members will welcome that. Thirdly, £200,000 to provide additional on-street charging points for electric and hybrid vehicle groups to further encourage replacement of diesel vehicles with their more environmentally friendly alternatives. Fourthly, over £6 million will be spent on additional investment in our major road network and junctions to improve safety and traffic flow. And fifthly, £1 million of additional funds will be placed towards implementing the recommendations of Living Streets Scotland to make our streets and pavements more accessible to those with mobility issues and other disabilities. Therefore, Provost, I feel sure that all elected members will enthusiastically support the SNP's proposed capital budget.
Thank you, Councillors. Councillor Forbes.
Thank you, Provost.
Well, Provost, looking at the green bits of paper and the yellow bits of paper, it would appear that the independent and Labour wing of the SNP seem to have outdone the real SNP with this reckless plan to borrow and spend. This recording will confirm, but I think Councillor McDade said he was very aligned with the SNP. I'm sure the people of Pitlochry will remember that at the next election. If they don't remember, we will be sure to remind them. The independent part of the SNP seem to not be refurbishing Perth Academy. Have they actually been there? I have, and I can assure you it's needed after years of SNP neglect. As for this idea of a school at Scone, I've just checked Google Maps. Picking Inchture as a starting point, the estimated journey time to Perth is 20 minutes. Changing the destination to Scone shows a journey time of 21 minutes. Now, I'm not convinced a cost of £37.5 million is worth 1 minute more for children to do their homework. This is fancy stuff from the SNP and their buddies. I will support the administration.
Thank you. Councillor Parrott.
Thank you, Provost. I believe that our group's capital budget shows ambition. I believe that the Independent and Scottish Labour group's capital budget also shows similar but differently focused ambition. I note that the 620 million in the 10-year programme now, 440 of those millions are now in the first 4 years. The latter 6 years have 180 of those millions. Take it forward 4 years without any new ideas, and we might have a 10-year budget in 4 years' time of 300 million. We are one of the least borrowed councils in Scotland. We can afford to have ambition. I believe some of us have that ambition. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Provost. I've read these three proposals with great interest. And I have to say that the Independent Labour and the SNP ones, they should write these up and get them performed at the Pitlochry Theatre that they're about to spend a lot of money on. Actually, I really just have a question. If they're going to fund this by office accommodation, which means they're going to leave Cllr House, the lease is up in 6 years' time. Have they taken the detriment costs into account? Because if a lease is broken that soon before its termination, the detriment costs are going to be financially crippling.
I take it that was a comment, was it?
No, it's a question. I'm hoping one of the officers or one of them.
Yeah, yes, I think Mr. Mackenzie should answer that question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Donaldson. Sorry, yeah, I'm getting tired like everybody else. Councillor Jarvis, do you want that question answered?
Well, it looks as if both Independent Labour and SNP just can't answer the question.
Stuart, can you see to this, because everybody's getting tired and tetchy.
There's not a break being proposed. It's the natural ending. It's a natural ending of the lease. There's no break being proposed.
We're not doing it until 2025. Sorry, just seeking some clarification from Auditing Officer there. This, the proposal, as I understand it, would be to withdraw from the PFI agreement at the end of the lease period. So there would be no breaking of the PFI agreement of the lease clause.
Okay.
Thank you. So nothing's going to
Happy
happen
with that,
for 6 years.
Councillor? Yeah. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Provost. Right. I hope Mr Mackenzie has answered Councillor Jarvis's question. I just want to make three fairly brief points. The first of all is on the school estate. I think we've taken a sensible and practical approach on this. I certainly welcome very much the School Equity Fund in Cllr. We've done a lot in terms of the campus and also Crieff Primary School, but this is helpful to other primaries in the area. But I think a key factor is going to be the tripartite school. It's probably too early yet to determine, and I think a key factor there is going to be the catchment area, not just Longforgan and Invergowrie, but whether it includes Inchture, perhaps even Arrow. And I think that's got a real knock-on effect with the how you provision on education in Perth City. I'm not going to go on further on the on Cllr House, but I think it's a very important factor. I think we've got to learn a lot more in the way of information and the background, but it clearly, in my view, provides a major opportunity in 6 years' time for us to reconfigure our service provision throughout Perthshire and Kinrossshire, and possibly also to provide a boost to a number of hubs within the two counties as well as Perth City. And needless to say, I'd hope Crieff can share in that, but also Blair, Kinross. I think we've got to be imaginative and innovative on that front. I think there's more to come there. And finally, I notice that in the independent motion, £1 million for town centre improvements in Crieff. I have no objection to that. I simply say what I mentioned earlier. There is going to be a new Scottish Town Centres Fund, 50 million. At present, there's discussions between Cllr, Scottish Government and Scotland's Town Centre Organisation, and I think we need to see how that's scoped out. I think the other thing is, and I've mentioned this many times before, is on conservation area regeneration schemes, on Cllrs, and funding from Historic Environment Scotland. We've seen various places in Scotland benefit from that, places as diverse as Campbellton, Wick, Peterhead, but perhaps the best example is Fife. And the most recent example there, I think, is Cooper, which received £1 million. Now, if you can take Cllrs and the new Town Centre Fund, if you can tie in with other external funding from the likes of the Ganachie Trust, then I think you really can actually make a major impact in a number of the towns throughout the two counties. So, that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just remind you all, we're on comments and contributions, just to save any unfortunate situations. Councillor James.
Wasn't expecting that. Thanks, Provost. Mine's only a very, very short, quick comment. We were accused just now, the administration were accused of an unimaginative, boring capital budget going forward. So boring, in fact, that the SNP, I've just looked because I happened to bring last year's capital budget proposals with me. And pretty much everything on the list this year is what they put last year with interest. And I can't see anything that's any more imaginative than it was then.
Can I just ask you to just give the speaker a chance? Thank you. Carry on.
Sorry, Provost. I was just making the point that, you know, it's very, very easy to spend somebody else's money. We've just had this debate. We got slated for 4%. They're talking of millions here, borrowing millions against our, well, 1.5 million, or sorry, 81,000. Thank you, Provost. I'll sit down.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Provost. Within recent years, there have been a number of Living Street audits completed throughout Perth and Kinross, including Blairgowrie, including Crieff, Kinross and here in Perth. The aim of these audits was to highlight the issues around accessibilities and the problems that individuals who depend on wheelchairs and mobility scooters have moving around our towns and city. The reports highlight numerous issues, including lack and standard of drop curbs, poor quality surfaces on paths and roads, and badly placed street furniture, as well as many other issues. After the completion of the Living Streets audit in Kinross, the administration produced a paper for E&I, Environment and Infrastructure Committee, that allocated £9,000 to deal with the almost 50 issues highlighted in the report. I was informed by officers that this would possibly cover maybe 2 dropped curbs. Obviously, this is not an area that's a Lib Dem or a Tory priority. However, having seen firsthand people in wheelchairs and mobility scooters being forced to share the road spaces with buses and trucks on a busy Kinross road, I am proud to support the SNB budget, which allocates £1 million to implement the issues in all of these towns and any other towns that are due to get the Living Street audit and the issues that are highlighted. A budget that invests in Perth and Kinross for everyone. Thank you, Provost.
Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Provost. You can get my... Thank you. I want to talk about the facilities of PH2O, which is in my ward. I'm very well placed, I think, to reflect the views of our local citizens and local users of the facilities, and particularly the frustrations at the continued delay, the lack of any concrete plans to progress this project, and the many calls for improved facilities sooner rather than later. I have no doubt that the same frustrations at the continued delay to marking any substantial progress on this project, that, by the way, was initiated by the previous SNP administration, is shared by the many visitors, not just from Perth and Kinross, but from further afield as well. So I have to wonder, has this administration been taking hints and tips from the Westminster government's approach to Brexit? It certainly feels like it in relation to PH2O, where all they're doing is pushing the can down the road a little bit further. Allocating a paltry $500,000 to a stage 1 design and business operating model for the PH2O project is just another way of delaying and making any progress at all in this. If the administration is really serious about the PH2O project, they would have included future capital provision to deliver the project, but there's nothing there at all. In relation to our capital project for our school estate, I fully support the contributions from Councillor Sarwar and Revick. And Councillor Forbes, I can assure you that not only have I been to Perth Academy, which is also in my ward. Since my election, I have worked constructively with officers here at the Council, the school and parents in relation to the many maintenance issues that were affecting Perth Academy. Thanks must go to the Executive Directors for Lifelong Learning and the Environment Services for their excellent cross-departmental approach to developing and delivering an ongoing programme of work for Perth Academy. The progress that has been made in the past year has been very warmly welcomed by parents, by students and by the staff. So, Councillor Forbes, I'm very well familiar with the whole situation there. Perhaps you should get up to date as well. Provost, there is a paucity of strategic vision for the administration's capital budget. There is silence on the many other issues that are important to our citizens, our communities and our businesses. Our SNP amendment, particularly in areas of roads and transport and leisure and culture, balances vision and practicality, and I commend this amendment to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Lay.
Thanks, Provost. First point I'll pick up is with Councillor James. He says we're maybe repetitive, and we are repetitive in hoping that he would support, along with Councillor Jarvis, the A9 dualling link roads, which last year he claimed he didn't realise the money was being taken out of when he voted against it. Well, it's back in there again, Councillor James, and hopefully you'll be able to support the SNP budget amendment to live up to what you said at community councils regarding these roads. Also, to Councillor Braun, thank you for going a little way to a U-turn under pressure from the SNP and from the community. What you didn't say, that the £3 million cut didn't only cut one lane from the swimming pool, it also cut about a third of the size of the floor space, cutting the size of the gym, cutting other sizes. So maybe the community won't be totally on board with this. We'll have to wait and see. I will still be pushing for the original price envelope. I would like to also point to the acceleration or installation of puffing crossings at £2 million. I feel that zebra crossings are the most unsafe sort of crossing that we've got, where legally the motorist doesn't have to slow down until somebody puts their foot on the carriageway. I may be wrong, Lisa, but that's my understanding. Where we have to a traffic light system to slow traffic where children are crossing, I think is commendable to bring this forward. I also have to mention the PH2O project. I was being lectured by Councillor Robertson in the revenue budget about his £500,000 investment on yet another assessment, another look at it, another plan. with no funding behind it in the capital budget, it's just kicking it down the road. So I'm very glad to see that we're putting 8 million in. We've already put that out in the press, and that will hopefully, with the reserves that Live Active Leisure still have that they can put in, will go some way towards attracting other investment and show that the council is actually totally behind this project. I could go on, but I think I'll just take a break there. Thank you. Commend this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Lang. Councillor Deputy Provost Wilson.
Thanks, Provost. Well, this has been a lengthy debate, and it's, I think, right and proper that we spend time on the capital budget as well as the revenue budget. However, the proposals that have come forward today from both the SNP opposition and the Independent Labour Group in some ways defy description. First of all, we've got from the Independent Labour Group a proposal to construct a school in West Cars and Scone Secondary School without any evidence-based or research or background work done on that whatsoever. Councillor Ribbett was quite correct in his reference to the tri-school, and I think we all did agree at Lifelong Learning Committee that that was the first stage in finding out what the options were for that tri-school and reporting back. And I think any other suggestion of a school elsewhere at the present moment is completely premature. I'm particularly disappointed in the SNP proposals in relation to Perth Academy. Councillor McCall, my colleague in Perth South, is absolutely correct to draw attention to the improvement work there's been to Perth Academy, particularly in terms of roof repairs and drainage. However, her colleagues in the SNP group are now proposing to take all that funding away, and that programme will stop. Coming up with a bland idea of secondary school strategic investment phase 1, nobody knows what that is, and if you wanted to keep the Perth Academy scheme in the capital plan, then it should have been clearly enunciated and indicated within there, just the same as the grammar school ought to be. To take away the funding for the North West Primary School, which I think, according to the records here, is due to start in 21-22, if I've read correctly, in an area of expanding housing and expanding amounts of planning applications, is a very retrograde step, because this is in Bertha Park, where the high school will fill up fairly rapidly, and where there will be a quick demand for a new primary school. And I think that is a particularly retrograde step to take that out of the programme at this stage. So I'm very much in support of the administration's capital budget. I'm pleased that we moved on with the Perth High School funding. Last time we had discussed this in June, because of the failure of the Scottish Government to provide any funding whatsoever towards Perth High School, especially after requests not just from the Council and opposition members, but actually members of the SNP group, who I think were totally ignored by the Scottish Government in relation to the request for funding. I understood your colleagues asked and supported the idea that you would go to, Ian Miller certainly asked the Scottish Government but before he departed the building for funding from the Scottish Government.
We don't need to have this coming back and forward.
I understand that request was made and was rejected, Provost. I'll finish off there, and just to say that I commend the budget of the administration to the Council.
Thank you. Now, is there any other? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Provost. I'll try to be as brief as the administration's budget motion. Basically, the school estates here, we're prepared to have a capital budget investment of 30 million. And we can see that it is a strategic investment, phase 1 and phase 2, quite clear there. So therefore, everything will be put in and decided upon as it comes up. So I don't see where there is a great issue about which school's which. 15 million also is being invested in roads and transport. A lot of it is in rural areas. I mean, crash barriers, we know there's a need for crash barriers in certain areas. I have one myself. Also, there's another proposal in Bridge of Erin where we have great difficulty with the primary school being next to a mini market, which causes a great deal of congestion, and the SNP have put forward a proposal that we build a car park near the school to allow people to alight from the cars and get into the school in a far safe manner than having to wrestle with cars in the 912. Also in the leisure and cultural investment, we are planning 13.25 million. All these proposals are perfectly feasible. It's been all worked out with officers. So I don't see why everybody's getting so fast about all these things, because as well as office accommodation, it's been all worked out, 15 million. So as far as I can see, I totally support this capital budget amendment by the SNP, and I would commend the SNP motion. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, we've given that a good crack of the whip. Can I invite Councillor Lyle to sum up?
Thank you very much, Provost. I'll be brief. I note that the amendments are predicated on the termination of a lease in 2025. This administration hasn't really taken that forward as an option. We haven't included it in our capital budget because we simply think it's premature, given the distant timescale. As far as PH2O is concerned, Councillor McCall, Councillor Lane have brought that up. And I just cast your minds back, Councillor McCall may not remember, but just how many years did the previous administration have this sitting as part of their capital budget? We made the choice back in June to remove it from the capital budget. It had always been our ambition to deliver something in that. And my view, the easiest way and the quickest way to develop a business plan that works for the people of Perth and Kinross, delivering a new leisure facility, is to actually invest in the revenue budget so that we can bring forward a properly financed, workable plan to planning, and then it will go into the capital budget. Happy to commend it.
Can we now go to the vote, please?
Thank you, Provost. We're dealing with item number 5 on the agenda, report number 19/47 by the Head of Finance, the Composite Capital Budget 2019 to 29. We have a motion by Councillor Lyle, seconded by Councillor Parrott, to approve the recommendations in the report, along with the exceptions that were circulated on salmon paper. We have a first amendment by Councillor Doogan, seconded by Councillor McEwan, to approve the recommendations in the report, along with the exceptions circulated on yellow paper. And we have a second amendment by Councillor McDade, seconded by Councillor Bailey, to approve the recommendations in the report, along with the exceptions circulated on green paper. In terms of standing orders, the second amendment will be put against the first amendment, and the successful amendment will then be put against the motion. Again, voting will be by roll call, so I can ask members to indicate whether they are voting for the first amendment or the second amendment. Councillor Ahern.
Abstain.
Councillor Anderson.
First amendment.
Councillor Bailey.
Second amendment.
Councillor Baird.
Abstain.
Councillor Band.
First amendment.
Councillor Barnacle.
Second amendment.
Councillor Barrett.
Abstain.
Councillor Braun.
Abstain.
Councillor Brock.
Second amendment.
Councillor Audrey Coates.
Abstain.
Councillor Harry Coates.
Abstain.
Councillor Donaldson.
First amendment.
Councillor Doogan.
First amendment.
Councillor Drysdale.
First amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Abstain.
Councillor Forbes.
Abstain.
Councillor Gray.
First amendment.
Councillor Illingworth.
Abstain.
Councillor James.
Abstain.
Councillor Jarvis.
Abstain.
Councillor Lang.
First amendment.
Councillor Lyle. Councillor McCall.
Abstain.
Councillor McCall.
First amendment.
Councillor McDade.
Second amendment.
Councillor McEwan.
First amendment.
Provost.
Abstain.
Councillor Parrott.
First amendment.
Councillor Pover.
First amendment.
Councillor Rebeck. Councillor Reid.
Abstain.
Councillor Robertson.
Second amendment.
Councillor Sarwar. Councillor Shires. Councillor Simpson.
Abstain.
Councillor Waters.
First Amendment.
Councillor Williamson.
First amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
Abstain.
Provost, I have 15 votes for the First Amendment, 5 votes for the Second Amendment and 18 abstentions. So the First Amendment is therefore carried and now becomes the substantive amendment. The motion will now be put against the substantive amendment. So again, can I ask councillors to now indicate whether you're voting for the motion or the amendment? Councillor Ahern.
Motion.
Councillor Anderson.
Amendment.
Councillor Bailey.
Amendment.
Councillor Baird. Councillor Band.
Amendment.
Councillor Barnacle.
Amendment.
Councillor Barrett.
Motion.
Councillor Braun.
Motion.
Councillor Brock. Councillor Audrey Coates.
Motion.
Councillor Harry Coates.
Motion.
Councillor Donaldson.
Amendment.
Councillor Doogan.
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale.
Amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Forbes.
Motion.
Councillor Gray.
Amendment.
Councillor Illingworth.
Motion.
Councillor James.
Motion.
Councillor Jarvis.
Motion.
Councillor Lang.
Amendment.
Councillor Lyle.
Motion.
Councillor McCall.
Motion.
Councillor McCall.
Amendment.
Councillor McDade.
Amendment.
Councillor McEwan.
Amendment.
Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Parrott.
Amendment.
Councillor Pover. Councillor Rebeck.
Amendment.
Councillor Reid.
Motion.
Councillor Robertson. Councillor Sarwar. Councillor Shires. Councillor Simpson.
Motion.
Councillor Waters.
Amendment.
Councillor Williamson.
Amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
Motion.
Provost, I have 19 votes for the motion and 19 votes for the amendment with no abstentions. In terms of standing orders, Provost, can you confirm your casting vote for the motion or the amendment?
Motion.
The motion is therefore carried.
Right, the last item on the agenda is item 6, reserve strategy. Report to be considered by the Council is report number 1948 by Stuart Mackenzie, Head of Finance. Again, same situation. Are there any questions on the report or points of clarification, or would you like Stuart to speak on it? No. Are there any questions on the report or points of clarification? No. Just go to the motion. Can I ask Councillor Lyle to move the motion?
Thank you, Provost. I shall be brief. As I have demonstrated in both the revenue and the capital budget today, the Council, and this administration in particular, has developed a well-earned reputation for prudent and sound financial management. The annual reserve strategy before the Council today further underlines that reputation. Everyone in this chamber recognises the importance of holding sufficient reserves as a contingency for unexpected events and emergencies. All elected members also understand that the reserves must be used on a sustainable basis and cannot be used to balance the budget. Reserves can only be used once, and when they are gone, they are gone. The Head of Finance sets out a range of uncommitted reserves between 2 and 4% of the net value of the revenue budget. The administration's budget proposals today will result in a level of 3.25%, which gives a continuing sensible approach to financial management. I'm happy to move the reserves paper.
Thank you, Councillor Lyle. Councillor Barrett.
Only to reiterate what the Leader of the Council has said and to formally second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any amendments? Any comments, contributions to the debate? Can we agree the report? Agreed. Thank you. Thanks very much, everybody. It's been a long day, and thank you very much for your attendance.